So, welcome to today's viewer level stream. Before we get going with the first submissions in the queue, I'm just going to do a quick warm-up level to make sure everything is going fine. This is going to be 1-2, but it's rotated at 90 degrees by Creeper Dog, which was a code from all the way back in August 2019 that was recently just recommended to me. So we'll take a quick look at this and see how it goes. And then we will get into the first submission in the queue, which will be Goomba47 from Glitch. Melonrine, welcome. Okay, so it looks like we begin with the end of 1-1. Thank you for Copter Shroom Skies. And yeah, as promised, this is going to be 1-2, but with verticality and probably some time-sensitive jumps on top of those Goombas in order to get on top of the question blocks in time. Let's jump this guy. Whoops. Falling down is probably not advised, but that's okay, we can still make it. I see use of the Goomrat up there just to make things line up properly without them spilling over the edge. I'm beginning to think already that the clear rate is going to be a bit deceptive because as a climb level, you're going to have a lot of situations where you are going to fall all the way back down and have to repeat something. This will be a repeated block, I'm sure. And Floss D'Angelo, welcome. Thank you for Pokey Pokey Panic. Very interesting title for something that I'm sure will involve SMB2 in some fashion. Okay, let's be careful not to fall all the way back down, even if we do spawn the Koopa. Yeah, that's going to be tricky. Because I was looking at this and thinking, okay, 4%, no problem, and then I realized looking at this that because it is a climbing course, that this might actually be a lot harder than I imagined. Interesting that you can in fact bust open the ceiling by projecting a shell there, but of course that's not going to help you at all when it's likely to just toss you into the abyss. Okay. So some kind of precision-like elements here. Oh, excellent, we have a bit of a rest stop here. Not much of one, but it'll do. Kind of wonder if a lot of the coin blocks do match up to the original in terms of some of the hidden repeatable blocks. And yeah, it is very much like the original SMB1 in that the ceiling is breakable, so it's just that here, that's not going to help you at all, nor is playing like that. Notice that I have 160-ish left on the clock, 167. I'm going to start with a clock of 300, so we can't just restart too many times from the bottom. We actually do need to be somewhat accurate. World record is 30 seconds, 29 seconds rather, I believe. I don't know if that's Panga's actual account or... But I think it actually is Panga who holds the record on this, which is interesting because this is not something that has very many plays on it. Now that does kind of come out of nowhere just because of the spawning location. We'll probably just have to deal with it. Okay, up we go. There we are. And up we go. Okay, as long as we land in these locations accurately, I actually should be okay. Considering that this is matched up to the original, the jump height there is just perfect, which is kind of curious. That would just line up so conveniently. More Goombas. Yeah, definitely seeing things drop in from above is going to be one of the major risk factors here, like we saw in that location. Interesting use of the spikes to denote what would otherwise be bottomless ground. Obviously, a lot of the donut blocks are added just to have something to jump on at all. Nope. Nope, nope. Okay. There's a piranha plant go here. Nope. Pulling back a little bit quickly. Okay, there we are. As long as we bounce repeatedly, I should be okay. Get rid of this guy, just be absolutely sure we know what we're doing. Yeah, a lot of these side spikes shouldn't matter too much. I say that, of course, not knowing just how likely I am to just run into them if I'm dropping in from the side. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess these aren't quite spawning like these falling platforms in the original simply because we're spawning them in one at a time as we're scrolling upwards, so it's not quite a recreation just because of the vertical subworld spawning rules, but it's actually more of a jumpable platform because it's not spawning evenly, if that makes any sense. Okay, going to ride this out. I doubt we're able to make it to the warp zone. So yeah, that's going to be it. Missed a flag. And let's get into the queue. But yeah, let me know if everything is looking and sounding okay. Hopefully we are not running into audio glitches already. And let's take a look at the first submission from Glitch, assuming we haven't played it, which I don't think I have. And thank you for the GGs, Mr. Pugslot. Welcome. Yeah, sometimes we have some viewers who are actually extremely sensitive to pitch, and so they do know when my sound is having some issues. Here's Goomba 47, Bully Tower. 47. You must infiltrate this maze, kill boss, get key, and escape. So now, I assume this is just a reference to Agent 47 from Hitman, which is extremely topical because I was literally playing one of the Hitman games an hour ago. It was the last thing I was doing before I had to run some errands and get back on here for Mario Maker. Yeah, because lately I've been playing a lot of the 2016 Hitman on the side and enjoying it immensely. I'd actually never played the series before and had no idea that there was such a puzzle-solving element involved in terms of feeling like a lot of the old point-and-click adventure games almost. Now, the Goomba hat seems optional here, but we'll take it and we'll see. It's not optional here, that's for sure. Okay, interesting that we can eventually send something through there. But obviously as the Goomba I can't hold any objects. Something else would have to go through. Interesting. Okay, gonna have the blue disappearing track blocks. Whoops. Yeah, I think in many ways the track blocks are still not very well understood. We lost a hat. I doubt I can make it much further without it, but we'll try just to see what's going on. And scout the level. I'm sure there's going to be some kind of hat check by the end of this, but interestingly enough, yeah, you would not have access to the cat bullet bills if you have the Goomba hat on at this stage, because the blasters just wouldn't fire. So, kind of interesting that this is technically skippable, but eventually I guess we have to make it back out. Oh, that'll be an interesting concept actually, because I guess we sneak in with the Goomba hat, and eventually we want to come all the way back here But to do so, we probably have to, I'm guessing, lose the Goomba Hat on the way back out, hence the presence of the POW blocks above the Thwomps, because we would need some way to kill the Thwomps if we are no longer in position in the hat. So I'm guessing that that's the overall structure of the level, that at some point we must lose the hat. And that will grab us the key, which will turn this whole thing into an escape. A Little Timmy level is not complete unless it's in the 3D world style? Oh, I don't know. If it's something like a refreshing level, sure, but... Here's the thing, because I'm not somebody who ever really plays Endless, and because I generally tend to get pretty good submitters here, I only have the most abstract sense of what a Little Timmy level even looks like anymore. I rarely ever see them, so... that's not an invitation to send me some. But, like, I see more people making fun of them and creating parodies of them than I actually see real Little Timmy levels for you know, in their form that they arrive in the wilderness. Okay, so no cat bullets here, but interestingly enough, yeah, I could have gotten all the way up here without the Goomba Hat. So yeah, you'll at some point need to transform into the boomerang, but in order to use the boomerang, I would need to peel off the hat. And so that's going to be interesting, looking at the setup down there. I guess the purpose of the spikes here is to take damage. No, not yet I don't. I have to sneak my way up. And here I must take damage. Yeah, I see what's going on. And that's also going to double as the Goomba check, because if I'm just Small Mario at that point, then that's not going to go. Okay, so here's a glitch boss. We're going to push the bully over, and then we're going to push the bully into the P-switch. Probably need to run the bully over in my general direction. Until we get the appropriate kind of push. There we go. No, almost. There we go. Yeah, just want to get it a little bit further. Spamming this as hard as I can. I think maybe I need to spam it in a close position so we just have a shorter cooldown between boomerangs. But at the same time, I think it's important to run the bully over to that side, so... Either that or I just let it come... No, it doesn't come through because bullies don't go into clear pipes, but... Yeah, we're gonna run this guy over. There we go, and you get a double hit. That's how you do it. Hey, no, come back. Push him all the way. And then we have a timed mechanism here to drop in. It was Mario the whole time? Oh, I don't know. That's kind of a twist, isn't it? Directed by M. Night Shyamalan, whose films I've not seen since Unbreakable, in fact, which I think was his second feature film. I have actually not kept up with his career at all. Oh, whoops. I know there was kind of a sequel to Unbreakable that came out not long ago, but like I said, I haven't kept up with whatever last-minute ending twists he's been cooking up recently. I lost a boomerang. I think at this point I am not able to proceed because of the POW blocks that are by the Thwomp check. But we'll check that anyway, just in case there is a way to get past that. Okay, just the bonus up there. That's okay, we'll get back in here. Okay. And then... Oh, nope, took a hit there. Okay, now we're probably in trouble for the Thwomps. Yeah, because of the double Thwomp gate. I don't know if the double Thwomp gate is actually secure. I feel like I've tested that before because I've made my own Goomba Hat Thwomp gate at one point, and I felt like 2 actually can be exploited if you're really, really careful, but I may be wrong on that score. We need a tower theme in Mario Maker 3? Yeah, we absolutely do. If you're thinking about something like the tower exterior, like in 3D World... did I just not pick up the boomerang? Did I seriously not pick up the boomerang? Or what happened here? Oh no, I think I just got hit. Okay, let's just take a hit and redo this from checkpoint. I was not paying attention. Well, Mamuga, here we are doing Game Builder Fromage because we beat so many courses with cheese. Oh, I see. That's what happened last time, was I just ran into that. So let's take a hit here again. I guess it is fairly clear from the fact that you're retracing your way through the course that you are dead if you lose the boomerang suit. I mean, this is something that I've come to expect from glitch levels by now, that you're pretty much never allowed to lose power-ups. Which can sometimes be unclear, unless you really do know the style of level that you're dealing with. Obviously, that's the kind of thing that would normally be enforced by a don't take damage clear condition, but not if you want to have a checkpoint. Okay, let's redo this. And just get bopped over and over by the spike ball. I also feel like some of the icicle placements you see later on were not really designed around the expectation of the roll, although maybe they are, because perhaps the roll is going to be the best way to deal with any of that. So yeah, here I think it's not clear to me, when I'm seeing it for the first time, that the spike ball is just going to be such a massive threat along that entire part. Nope. Trapped under the icicle. Let's just take hits and go back. Nugukaza, welcome. So yeah. I sometimes wonder if there are better ways to communicate that the power-ups are going to be absolutely necessary. I mean, in this case, it's very clear from the structure of the level. On your way out, anyway. Since you know you're not going to have any other chance at a boomerang, and you know what the boomerang is for, because you've seen the gate at the start. Okay, let's just roll all the way over, so we don't have to deal with any of the hitboxes. Okay, just pop that guy. Come over here. I know. Trying to time this out so I can just get on top. There we go. Yeah, I guess it was designed around a roll. That's how it's going to go. So watch this carefully. Yeah. Okay. And then we are out. And yeah, Mamuga. No worries if you do need to dip out fairly soon. Good to see you here as always. Sure, let's put another one on. We never know what's past the gate, and we can always take an additional hit. Okay. Wonder what's over here. Nothing. Just scroll break, I guess. Not many people realize you need to keep the boomerang like I did. Well, I mean, I was wondering about the opening gate as soon as I walked in, right? I guess if a lot of people are just assuming that courses are always going to be straightforward and linear, then sure, they might not pay attention. But the fact that you put the key door right at the beginning, I think, makes it very clear that this is going to be a back and forth level. So yeah, I thought the spike ball coming out of the pipe right after checkpoint was a bit of a weird spot, but other than that, pretty sound concept as always, assuming that the player knows that they're not allowed to lose power-ups. Anyway, thank you for that. Welcome, Electrodude. I believe it's going to be sub next after this. Although, let me just check the list first. Since we're right at the beginning, and Since Glitch was a sub, we'll just pretend that we did sub next first. Zoe. And keep things chugging along early in the queue. And then we'll do sub next after this, which will almost certainly be Nugu Kaza. And then we'll make our way down. Whoops, GDYF. And thank you for all the new submissions. And yeah, Glitch, we'll see how quickly we can get through some of these. Copter Shroom Skies. Propeller? I hardly know her. Okay, so this one's coming from Melon Ride or Gilmore. See what it's all about as we get back into, well, in this case, an SMB, which I probably should have expected given that this is going to be a propeller level. Let's not spend it right away. Let's actually get on the platform and go up and up. And remember that we do not have access to the wall jump when I'm in this form, except I think that's... nope, no, even if I ground pound out of it, that's not going to be the case. So let me think about this. I dropped the blaster, yeah, I see. I have to hit the brick under the blaster to drop it, and then I have a landing location that allows me to refresh the propeller. There we go, nice. Except I needed to drop in a little bit faster. Good concept, though. Just took me a moment to get adjusted to it, and miss once again. So yeah, we'll consistently be dropping blasters so we have an additional landing point. I wasn't expecting this to be in motion, that's for sure. I need to drop a little bit faster. Just to drill down a little bit. Get on top of that fuzzy shell. Okay. Okay, no, you need to get into the back of the blooper train. That's how it goes. And then the shell that's trapped in the one-way panel will peel off everything that's over the Buzzy hat. That'll... nope. Let's work on our aim. Whoops. Let's work on our aim. And yeah, Mr. Pugslot, we see lots of really neat concepts from a lot of my regular submitters here. I find that the propeller is one of the more awkward things in the game to make work, just because of certain things that it robs you of the ability to do, such as the way that it disables your wall jump, it messes with your ground pound, and doesn't allow you to spin jump over locations that would be safe with a spin jump. All the sorts of things that make the propeller difficult, but as you can see, this level really kind of leans into what you can in fact do with it, which is just hit things with your head and keep on going. I feel like the propeller box, as implemented in 3D World, solved a lot of issues with the propeller hat that was brought over from the NSMB series. Debuting, of course, in NSMB Wii, where I never had any problem with it in the original game. And yeah, Glitch, there are a lot of things with power-up tech that, you know, people don't really necessarily use or think about because they've just fallen into a lot of standard assumptions about what you can do with them. Okay, slipped a little bit off the Buzzy on the side. That is the right idea. I just need, again, much better aim. And to just stay centered on top of that shell until it is, in fact, time for me to disembark. Yeah, and items in general, yeah, that's... Oh, also, very important to know that doing a spin down towards the hard Buzzy shell doesn't require me to cancel, because I do land on top of it safely when I drill down on top of it. That's a very important thing to know, because that's going to help me quite a bit with my timing. if I'm not thinking about ground pound cancel. And that's one thing that I feel like I did know, but which I just hadn't had to interact with in a very long time, and so it felt like it was something that I was learning all over again. Yeah, I need to give it a nice wide berth. Yeah, as you can see, you can just drill right down to it. Not going to do it with the guys here, though. Whoops. Okay, slipping a little bit off there in terms of forward momentum. We do need to remember to correct for that. And I'm just sliding right off the Buzzy. Usually I'm not expecting that. No, that's too soon. I do want to stay suspended for a little bit longer so I can follow the coin markers for the blooper jump. So, it's okay to float down gently on that pass. Okay. Okay. I had to do a bit of an adjustment jump there, but as you can see, I was a little bit late. But then it's going to be the same kind of landing onto the Buzzy, and then a propeller up to get over the Muncher in that single hard block column. Buzzies wax their shells, yeah. Very shiny. Very slippery. Makes them look so good, though. Makes them look so fashionable. And then now, what's this? Okay, right, Buzzy comes back. I see. So far I hadn't really been paying enough attention to what the blue blocks are telling me, but the blue blocks are in fact going to tell me the location of where the Buzzies are going to traverse, which is an important piece of information, because that will also signal when they're going to be dropping out. Yeah, that was right there in front of me the whole time, I just hadn't really paid attention to that kind of indication. Okay, let's get back down. Not get trapped there. And yeah, this is our first real test of whether you do in fact understand how the indications are going to go. No, we need to get onto the right side, so I land on top of the falling flimsy lift, and then do the last blaster hit, that is to the top right. Because that's going to give me access somehow to the door. So let's do this correctly. Do need to do a bit of a partial drill to get down to the blooper stack. The blooper train, I should say. Okay, up we go. Yeah, definitely a bit of a risk of getting clipped by a Buzzy as it's falling down if you're hugging a bit too close to the blaster. Obviously, once you see the concept of this level, you learn immediately to avoid it. That's also something that I think the two coins are probably signaling to you, in terms of encouraging you to lean right a little bit after you do in fact get the hit. So let's back into this and miss. And we'll move in, do a little bit more, miss. Yeah, I have to remember to correct for my existing momentum sometimes. Whoops. Okay, down we go. And up. And back down. Catch me. Nope. Yeah, the timing there, it's something that I'll kind of need to map out mentally, I think, because you don't want to be too early, but you also can't be too late, because otherwise you won't really have a good chance to drop on top of the Buzzy before the piranhas to the right begin to get in the way, so. Just a lot of partial drops here are going to make a lot of sense. Let's not stay too suspended in the air before the Buzzy that just drops out. What is a power-up or item that I think is underutilized, or I don't generally like using. So the funny thing is, Glitch, that we had just played your Hammer Suit level yesterday, and I actually still think that's true of the Hammer Suit. That it's a lot of the awkwardness in Nintendo's implementation, as I was saying in yesterday's stream, that takes away from how powerful the Hammer Suit can actually be, and makes it difficult to be something that is fun. And as I was saying yesterday, I think that's kind of true of the Super Ball as well. It was very nice to have them both as these post-game unlockables, but the shock of that wears off pretty quickly when you've been playing everything other than the campaign since day one. Whoops. Total miss.
Oh, no.
And yeah, Mr. Pugslot seems to agree there with the Hammer Suit. And, you know, since I'm playing a propeller level right now, I think that, like I was saying, this is what got me on the subject, that I think it is a bit of an issue that the propeller often does feel very awkward and difficult to work around. And so it's nice when you have a good propeller concept like the one that we're seeing here. Something that really plays to the strengths of the item. Eeyore there. That takes you back to the checkpoint. That's interesting. No, I needed to bounce on top of that. Because of the one-way panels, which I wasn't really looking at properly, so... This is going to be a vertical climb in the subworld, which was seen a lot of from Gilmore in the past. Gilmore, definitely a very experienced vertical climb designer. Nope, dropped a little too late there. Do need to drill all the way down, I think. I think the Acorn Suit isn't nearly as underused. The Acorn Suit, though, doesn't take away some of your power the way that the Propeller Suit does, and that's the major difference. That the Acorn Suit feels a lot better because even though the wall cling doesn't quite feel the same as the wall jump, it at least has the power of the wall jump, especially when you can slide with it. And you still have access to a lot of things like ground pounding interactions and the like. Now notice that the bounce on top of the Wiggler does not appear to work as a reset. That's something that's very important to remember. You see a lot less cape levels than in Maker 1. That's an interesting point. I guess Death to Spies still makes a lot of them, but that is actually something I hadn't considered. Now we do need to land on top of that Koopa. That would have been perfectly safe. And would have gotten me back onto the platform. And yeah, the acorn's all over the place, especially the acorn and conveyor belt interaction, which has always been extremely popular. Let's not reset.
Oh, no.
It was actually the first thing that Kavik made after the Acorn Suit was patched in, I think, and it was something that a lot of people just glommed onto immediately. Whoops.
Oh, no.
But yeah, Super Ball has the same kind of awkwardness in terms of the cooldown time between projectiles, in terms of how long you have to wait for the deflection. And I've seen a lot of good Super Ball concepts in puzzles, especially things like one-screen puzzles and the like, but I feel like there was definitely an excessive dependence in the early levels of the Super Ball on just trying to make deflection puzzles, where you just fire things at the right angle and watch them bounce around while being very passive as the player, and that's really not the best way to use the item. Some of the best Super Ball concepts I've seen work with other puzzle mechanics. Like, for example, using SMB2 to place stumps such that you can control where your deflections are going to go. Like, that was one memorable Super Ball concept that I think I'd seen from D.I. Progan, who has not been here for the last little while.
Oh no!
I guess I hit the Muncher up top, on top of the stack. I did not really see that coming. Yeah, Super Ball at least doesn't do what the hammer does, which is stop you dead in your tracks every time you hit the dash button, which is a big issue because I think pretty much any experienced Mario player at this point just
No!
always has this habit of getting right back onto the Y button whenever possible. And I think that's one of the things that the hammer really makes it very awkward. That it messes with that expectation that you can just get into a dash very smoothly whenever you want. And so it feels very un-Mario-like in that way. Which is really too bad because it's such a powerful item in so many ways mechanically.
Oh no!
But yeah, I mean, like I've said many times on the stream before, I think that sometime in the course of patching this game, it's like Nintendo learned how to design power-ups again. Because I thought both Link and the SMB2 mushroom were exquisitely designed. I thought they were really some of the best stuff that I've seen around here. Oh, also, you know what's really underused? Is Big Mushroom. I see almost nothing that really uses the Big Mushroom, and people have so much more access to it in this game because they don't need the 8-bit amiibo to have quick access to the item in the palette. Nope, I thought it was going to get over. I did not. Let's see if that matters. Only in the sense of being able to get the flag, unless... Yeah, it looks like there was a bonus entry point out here. And that... It would have done something to mess with the Yoshi limit such that I would be able to get Yoshi, jump over the flag, and get into the P-door. That's what I think is going on. Unless... But we know that the P-door is mapped to... Oh no, maybe it's just decorative, because we know it's mapped to that symmetry spot that's at checkpoint 1, so...
Oh yeah! Mario time!
What's the most stupid reason for someone to boo a course? I can think of a lot. But... Yeah, I mean, sometimes, you know, when people just don't understand something like a multi-checkpoint setup or something like a puzzle mechanic, and they think they're locked, but they're not actually locked, or... Yeah, you know, there are a lot of things that are definitely the player's fault sometimes, where they misunderstand it and just boo something in frustration. At least from what I've seen. Anyway, let's mark that as a win. Get into sub next. It was a secret Yoshi if you keep going up in the subworld. Okay, I see. Yeah, I was wondering about that because I was thinking that that would do something with the final segment there, as well as that exit through the green semi-solid. Hey, Nugu Kaza, let's take a look at your maker code. Aquarium agitation. Enjoy the water. It is going to be precision. Or no, just Team B-Balloon. Okay, no, we'll probably do it. This is new. Antinode is on the case, as always, with so many of these P-Balloon creations. I almost think that because Antinode has been playing it, that this is probably a lot harder than Clear Rate suggests, just because a good player has been on it. But let's take a look and see how it goes. Very often I find that Nugukaza is one of the makers who can send me stuff that I can't clear at all, but which I still kind of enjoy doing. Okay, so yeah, as with the cannon maze that we had seen before, this is just going to be a bit of a P-Balloon navigational challenge where you have a bit of time pressure from everything coming down. And we just need to make it. 15-second record seems to imply to me that there will be multiple rooms to work with here, not just the first one. Water and P-Balloon both underrated? Yeah. I mean, it's hard for me to think of the P-Balloon as underrated simply because Nugukaza comes here and sends me P-Balloon levels every single week. And so I feel like I've seen, in this case, somebody who's really kind of noticed the P-Balloon's potential and has tried to tap into it as much as possible. But it's very true that I think, you know, there's this stigma against water levels in game design generally, which I think is very unfortunate. And I think it's actually partly because players get impatient with the fact that you can't really have something like a running speed underwater. Like, you can dash around with a frog or the P-Balloon, as you can see, but I think it's the fact that they change up your controls. They ask you to exercise a different skill set than what you normally do. But the thing that I don't really see people discuss is the fact that maybe water levels are so disliked by people because they can't just go fast, in many cases. And there's a lot of stuff in level design that really suffers from player impatience. We have to not take damage, but I just want to see what's ahead, so we know what kind of maze we have to deal with in part 2. Okay. DD Neon, welcome. So yeah, because it's underwater, that's why you do need a damage condition, because otherwise you can't enforce the pipe entry as a P-Balloon check the way you normally can. Nope. Let's just see how long it is. Okay, not too much left, actually. 3 seconds at this point, so it is something we do need to do quickly, but the piranhas in the first segment actually impose a timer anyway. Nope. Having some trouble turning the corner. It is much easier than the cannon maze that we had seen. Yeah, DDO Neon, thank you for Destiny Tower. We'll hopefully get to that before too long. Whoops. And P-Balloon does solve the going fast in water, yeah, as with the frog suit, for sure. And almost all the water levels you see now are frog suit levels, and you think speed is the big thing? Yeah, that's probably it, I think. There definitely is a wide variety of attitudes, shall we say, towards what people enjoy about platforming games. And there is a certain culture among platforming communities where speed is just everything, and speed is, you know, a really prestigious thing that is celebrated. And it's with good reason to some extent, in that speedrunning is legitimately, like, really interesting. Fun to watch, and something that also has a really deep history to it when a metagame evolves over time. But there's definitely is a bit of an attitude where everything is just about speed, or everything is just about difficulty in form of things to kill you. And sometimes I think, you know, people definitely have a very narrow view of what they find as fun, either about Mario Maker or about platforming games in general. But yeah, there are tons of things that you can do with water, and with the different gravitational effects generally in the game that are still very open to exploitation. I feel like I do see new concepts using gravity tech all the time in terms of the variability of speed that you can get under different conditions for Mario and all the enemies on screen. And yeah, Glitch, if you can't stay, that's fine. Thank you for submitting me the first one. I'm glad we caught one from you today. And as usual, we will be back for more viewer levels tomorrow, so Whoops. Yeah, Floss D'Angelo, Wind plus Frog, that's would be quite something. And yeah, Nugukaza, that's one thing that I hadn't really thought about. That's the bursting with P-Balloon feels quite nice here, partly because of the drag from the water. In general, I think the drag effect from water, lava, and poison still has tons of potential left in it that people have not really fully explored. But yeah, it does mean that, you know, when I'm just kind of repeatedly tapping the P-Balloon, I feel like I am turning corners much more comfortably than I would in something like the Cannon Maze. Look at that hitbox right there, sneaking under that guy. I have to correct for the momentum of the falling objects, obviously. I feel like I'm going a little too slowly. 2 seconds at that point, yeah, that's too slow. Going full boost makes it easier in water and joystick for this one, yeah. I see what you mean, except I'm playing on the Super Nintendo controller right now, and I'd have to grab another controller to get back to sticks. But I can see that I am going to run into time trouble with the current method in terms of where I was hitting 2 seconds. But along the long diagonals, yeah, I can see how going full speed is perfectly fine, because you are going to follow the momentum of the enemies without too much trouble. Okay. Whoops. Yeah, trying to do it with a full boost now, and that will take some practice, I think, just to get everything lined up nicely. And you can see we have significantly more space. 14 seconds on the clock. Whoops. But yeah, not nearly as tight under the first Piranha entrance, so definitely there are places here where we can work a little bit on speed. Yeah, Glitch, once again, thank you for coming by, and you have a good night. Whoops, kind of slowed down at the beginning there because I was leaving. Or rather, I was reading chat. Yeah, I missed what Floss D'Angelo said earlier about the car. I actually have seen good car levels. They are a rarity, but I can think of a few specific levels that actually managed to get good use out of the car. But yeah, it's another one where I think Nintendo's implementation was just really awkward out of the box, and so it seems like makers are always just kind of fighting with it to make it work. The best car level I've seen it doesn't really involve even driving in the car. Like, you don't drive in it, you just kind of use it as something to hop out of, like a shoe or a Yoshi. And for those who have played it, I am, of course, talking about Meng's Get Out of the Car. I think that's really the kind of classic example of what you can do with a good car level. And yeah, I've seen a few other ones as well that are pretty interesting in terms of like really making use of the momentum and the collision and so on in a way that still feels like it's under your control, which I think is one of the issues with the way the car is implemented, is just that when you bump into things, you lose control as the player, right? And that's something that is never all that fun. It's the same thing with the recoil on the Hammer Strike, that when you lose control as the player, or when you get, you know, stun locked by the Koopalings or the Sledge Bros just stomping on the ground, for instance, things that make you lose control as the player, I think, tend to be frustrating. Or things that disable you from wanting to do the thing that you want to do. Because in most cases, if you look at things like the Tanuki Tail, the Cape Swipe, etc., the interactions in Mario do tend to be pretty snappy in that you can just do them on demand and they just respond and they do their job. But when you have something that strips control away from the player, that starts to not be the case. Okay. Okay, much better that time. 14 seconds on the clock once again, although who knows how many frames off of that we were. Okay, kind of like that corner there. That worked out pretty well. Nope, 2 seconds left. We would have made it. Except, let's see how much there is. No, we wouldn't have made it. There's still quite a bit left. So yeah, I need to gain speed a little bit. I definitely found some vertical sections in the subworld that could be cleaned up, but we'll go back to that and we'll see. There is an Eye of Sorts with that blooper at the goal. Okay, I see. We'll look out for that. Nope. Sorry, that was not what I meant to do. Let's get back in and try this again. That's what happens when you're tapping buttons repeatedly. Sometimes you just kind of get stuck in tapping mode. Whoops. And DD O'Neill, you got the 8-bit dough. How is that working out for you? Is that something I've been sort of scoping out as well, but when there was a resupply of the official Super Nintendo controllers that had modern Bluetooth connectivity and USB charging and all that, like, I was very happy to snap one up. I've been very happy with this controller for Mario Maker generally. I've never really gotten all that accustomed to the heaviness of modern controllers and the grip handles and everything. Like, I don't actually find the grip handles very ergonomic. I just like having a lot more space under my palms. And so, the classic Super Nintendo controller build is still pretty much the most comfortable design for me. Got just the right curves, just the right lightness. Obviously, the main thing, it doesn't have the sticks, but I'm actually more concerned about the lack of the home and capture buttons on it. That tends to be a much bigger limitation on them than sticks. Given that I'm not too much of a stick player in platformers generally anyway, so. Yeah, glad to hear you've got a good experience with the 8-bit dough. I definitely heard good things before. And okay, let's get in here. Yeah, I do still pull out my Pro Controller for Mario Maker from time to time, usually for puzzles. Because, yeah, most weeks I run at least one stream that's just all puzzles. Sometimes I do escape rooms and the like, which occasionally you do have to take lots and lots of screenshots just to save on a lot of external note-taking. And occasionally I also like having the rumble feature available because sometimes when you're doing puzzles you do need to keep track of when things like bombs are being detonated that you might not hear the audio cue for very clearly. So, man, we were just talking about your car level. Welcome. And yeah, we'll see here. I mean, obviously, I'm just trying to speed through the early segment a little more crisply than I can because I know time is going to be an issue, and so that does mean that I'm taking more hits here than I was before. But yeah, also as somebody who's not as experienced as Dugu Kaza or Antinode or any of those players, when it comes to just steering very quickly at full speed, Not a good driver here. That's for sure. Whoops. Cool concept, though. I guess the level is as short as it is simply because of the huge entity requirement. I mean, not that you need everything to be the Piranha plus Blooper stack, I think, but it makes it look a lot nicer, I think, just to use those elements since you have them anyway. You were also just talking about your car level. I see. Well, very timely. Whoops. You think joystick works well for any type of p-ballooning? Not if you need to really go along straight lines, I find. I mean, there are definitely some platformers where I've kind of tried to switch back between sticks and D-pads just to play to their strengths, because like the thing that D-pads have as an advantage is just the exactitude of being able to do single taps or going very, very straight, especially because the sticks these days no longer have an octagonal grid around them, the way that the GameCube Wavebird sticks did, for instance. Where it's very easy for me to be a little bit off-axis with them. But the advantage of having sticks is that you can reverse direction very quickly. So for games that have a lot more dependence on momentum and a lot of mid-air reversal, I can definitely see the stick as being an advantage. I actually did try Celeste with Joy-Con sticks back when I played it, simply because at that point I didn't have a Pro Controller, a controller with a standard D-pad yet, and so, you know, I obviously wasn't going to play Celeste with the separated directional buttons on the Joy-Cons, and so I actually just wound up going with stick. I should go back and try to relearn the game with a D-pad at some point, but I found that stick was actually okay for it, despite being somebody who normally doesn't play 2D platformers with sticks, simply because there is so much mid-air stuff going on in that game in terms of having to quickly snap between different diagonals. The Hori controller really hits those while and stays. Interesting. Yeah, and Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze is one that I've played both ways as well. Like, I played it with D-pad and sticks before. And it's a somewhat different experience, but, you know, either one of them is fine for that game because you're not dealing with a dash button so much, and it's very momentum-oriented, and so having a stick still feels pretty natural, especially for the underwater stuff, actually. I found that a lot of the issues I was having with the underwater levels when I was first playing Tropical Freeze were actually solved by switching to stick, because the water mechanics in that game are quite different from what you would normally expect from a platformer in terms of being very boost and momentum based rather than having that paddling motion that you see in Mario. Okay, Nugukaza, I'll see if I can at least get like a really deep run into the final segment with the goal, and even if I don't manage to hit that before failing at the timer, I'll see if I can at least get to that room safely. Of course, not that we've even been to the second room often enough to see it through the whole way, but try to make it work. And as with the Cannonball Maze level, I have been enjoying these, despite kind of being bad at driving with the P-Balloon. I find that, you know, these are not falling into the trap that a lot of precision levels usually do. And they're not super precision or anything, obviously. They're not, you know, pixel perfect, but there is at least some actual mechanical stuff to look at and talk about here, which is nice. You hate swimming in Mario 64 and Galaxy and I hate swimming in real life. Yeah, I'm not too much of a swimmer either. I actually like it in Galaxy. I never liked it in 64. I actually think it's terrible in Sunshine, which is ironic because Sunshine is such a water-based game. But the worst levels in Sunshine by far, I think, are, in many cases, the ones where you're stuck in a bottle of water. Galaxy was fine, because Galaxy brought back the idea, or I guess for the 3D series kind of introduced the idea of swimming really smoothly when you either have to shell or get into the Boo form, or I guess the Boo form was Galaxy 2. But I felt like the Galaxy games actually understood how to do water much better than the usual 3D platformers. Like they kind of understood what the frustrations were and understood how to change conditions in such a way that would make the player feel more powerful. And okay, 6 seconds at this point, better than before, but of course we took a hit. Yeah, swimming in Galaxy feels perfectly comfortable if you have to shell. It might actually be the best swimming in the 3D series, in fact. Apart from the captures in Odyssey. Again, in Odyssey they really understood how to make swimming feel a lot of fun, but it's something that you have to earn as the player. Like you start off with swimming feeling very awkward, and then when you capture creatures that are aquatic, then they feel extremely smooth, as they should. If you capture something like a Cheep Cheep, for instance, or one of the what was it? The kind of purple fish that burst into the air in the Seaside Kingdom. Like, that's one thing that I think Odyssey deserves a lot of credit for, is that it really did make underwater a lot of fun. And here we go. Okay, Nugakaza, I'll see how long I can stay on this one. I would like to at least have a decent run through the second segment, but as you can see, we haven't earned that lately since I've been trying to rush through the first part, just to keep the clock under control. Nope. Still arriving at the pipe pretty consistently around the 14-second mark, even with some of these straight lines here. But you can tell by the piranha positioning over the pipe how far behind I am, or how far ahead I am of my usual time in this segment, so... Yeah, Odyssey is kind of an interesting game in general, in that the mechanics available to the player are in many cases way ahead of what the level design actually asks you to do. I mean, I guess that's true of some 2D Mario mechanics as well. I feel like in some way the cape mechanics in Super Mario World, for instance, are pushed a lot harder in Mario Maker than they ever were in the original game. But to go back to what you were saying earlier about not seeing as many cape levels in Maker 2, I think that's kind of true, considering that the cape is in kind of a weird spot in that a lot of the advanced cape mechanics are absolutely amazing in terms of the, you know, different things you can do with the dive and the dive bomb, or the way you can sustain your flight by pulling back on a cape, and all these things that are second nature to you if you've played Super Mario World. But which are naturally going to have a bit of a limited player base in terms of accessibility, because like we're kind of at a stage where not everybody knows the cape mechanics from Super Mario World, and some of that stuff you really do have to play to a player base that understands what's going on to get the most out of the cape. Okay, Nugakaza, probably just a few more stabs at this. I, as I said, want to try to at least get a decent time in on the second segment. I was having a bit of trouble on the final corner before the pipe in this segment when I'm being a bit rushed and incautious. Whoops. So we'll see. At least we saw what the final part looks like, even if I've, to this point, never made it over with the P-balloon intact. Still sometimes not really accounting for the rotation time on the P-Balloon. That's something that tends to stick me quite a bit. Nope. Tough corner there. And yeah, that's very true, that I think perhaps a lot of the appeal of the Cape has been diluted by the fact that you have things like acorn levels or propeller box levels or anything like that. That you simply have a lot more power-up diversification rather in this game. Okay, let's just call it at this point. Not a great series of attempts, I guess, but yeah, I mean, we'd seen what there was to it. I didn't really take a close look at the blooper Nye in the final 8 segment that you were telling me about. And yeah, not too many clears on this so far. I would assume that 2 out of 3 clears were probably just anti-note pressing the record. We might go back to some of these at some point, just to actually clear some of them, but some of them will take some time. Always good to have some practice, though. So, thank you, Nugukaza, for submitting that. Let's hit next. Okay, Floss D'Angelo. I know you were just here a minute ago, so if you'd like to check in just to confirm that you're still here, plug you in. And one moment here, just going to do a bit of back-end management while we wait for that. So yeah, Floss D'Angelo, please check in. I do see you on the list, so if you're just AFK or something, I'll just bump you back 1 spot. But check the list. Mr. Pugslot, you did just speak a minute ago, so I'll plug you in. Oh no, Floss D'Angelo is here. Good, 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 good. We'll do it this way. And yeah, definitely bringing some hype. We'll see if this level lives up to any of that. Pokey Pokey Panic. That's right, because I was talking about the title. Hold Y button for the charge shot. Okay, wasn't expecting that from the title, but very new level and something that's fairly popular already, so we'll do a bit of a shoot 'em up boss. Could be Clown Car, I guess. It's the only thing I can think of here. Yeah, SB3, probably Clown Car, some kind of shooter. Splish. And, okay. Oh, Shalmet, thank you for the follow. Fairly generous time limit from what we can see, so yeah, it's going to be Fire Car. Oh, interesting. Let's not get hits. Yeah, I guess if you're going back and forth indefinitely on a track, we're probably in good shape. And then we can also stomp on them like this, which, in some cases, I think I'd actually have to roll a snowball. Oh, interesting that Ludwig is deciding to hang out with us here. So yeah, it's kind of like a defense map, which I don't see much of in Maker 2 either. I feel like it's something that I did see here and there in Maker 1, but Shalmet is really being the MVP here. For sure. Now, is it at least 35? Okay, so it's not all 35. We'll see if any Pokies kind of circle around the track, or we do have limited opportunity at any of them. I guess the real challenge here is to play for speed. Whoops, okay, lost to Shalmet. Bad idea. Here we go. Okay, if we get all the way down to the one-way panel, we can actually hit. Don't want to run right into the boo, though, so. Good RNG on the Poke placement? Yeah, I guess that worked out. Best record so far, 21. Welcome, Natcat, representing the Cat Gang. Whoops, oh. Yeah, I love the occasional use of the snowball, in fact. Something that works quite well. Losing the Shelmet this early is bad news, though. Oh, love the use of the Munchers as well as a blocking piece. That's something I haven't really thought about the last time I saw the Munchers here. Yeah, it's okay to create a bit of space, I think, just by busting down as much of the ice as I can. You have to be very careful with the booze, though. That's something that will potentially be an issue. You know, Bowser's just going to take care of a lot of the... Whoops. Yeah, that was a bump against the Muncher, I guess. Bowser, as I was saying, was taking care of a lot of the ice blocks, getting them out of the way. It can be a bit random who comes in. Interesting. Oh, because I guess you have so many of them parked on top of clown cars that a lot of the initial bump on the clown cars is what's going to create the RNG, right? Just to create a bit of variability here. That depending on how the clown cars are being spawned in, that would be the major element of randomness. Nice streak there, getting me up to 23 pretty much right away. Let's get out of here. Shoot this guy in the face. Oh, whoops. Ludwig is going to struck me here. Yeah, once again, bumping the Muncher. Well, I had a really good combo that time. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen a shoot-'em-up level, actually. Yeah, I like the idea of bopping Pokies just to have snowballs for something like a line clear. You actually have a lot of tactical options in this. It's not just about the clown car. And, yeah, also a lot of variation in speed. Some of the Pokies on wings. So I have to watch out mainly for the Munchers in terms of things that could throw off my positioning. Also act as a bit of an obstruction. Now we have to watch out for the boos because they just clip through absolutely everything. So only at 18, not doing as well as we were last time. But last time, of course, we had that massive combo clear, which we won't have the benefit of this time. I have to watch out for the boos. Wow. Alright, back down we go. Okay, clear some space. Dodge the fire, there we go. Something is going to drop into that clown car, I'm sure, and just cause all kinds of trouble later on. Yeah, sure, we'll just bop as many of these as we can before we get some kind of shot in. Okay, not quite. Yeah, boos may get me into trouble later on. Let's just try to clear things as quickly as possible before that becomes a reality. Whoops. And you wanted to submit this to Netcat as well. Yeah, Netcat definitely runs a pretty fun stream. And okay. Yeah, definitely that's one thing I enjoy about Mario Maker on Twitch, is that kind of pub crawl atmosphere sometimes with a lot of people just hitting up all of each other's streams and running into familiar faces everywhere as they submit. Always kind of nice to really have a good sense of community here, where the streamers are also viewers and the makers are also players. And, no need to actually shoot Bowser unless we're just going for style. Oh, 31. Okay, doing pretty well this time. Let's be a bit defensive now, just to be extra careful. Okay, get out, get out. And up we go. And yeah, I mean, that's exactly what it feels like, right? So I feel like I've been making that analogy forever and ever. Because that's pretty much what it is people drift off from one stream to the next. Say hello to the other people who are also in the queue again. Anyway, thank you for that. Definitely a nice one to look at and a real change of pace. I don't know, do you normally do shooters, or is that just a bit of a one-off? Yeah, you got lots of stuff. Yeah, definitely. Big list for me to get through. Themed levels in general, yeah. Yeah, that one was pretty strongly themed, I think. Once again, just lots of tactical variety to it. You can use snowballs, you can jump on things, you can just shoot everything in the face. Lots and lots of options. Okay, I don't know if anybody actually has an active sub. If not, we'll just go straight down the queue. Do Mr. Pugslot. And is that an S or a 5? That's an S, okay. Mr. Pugslot. Actually, Mr. Pugslot, are you still here? Just to be absolutely sure. I think you were here not too long ago, so. Do verify your presence, and we will get going on this one right away. And, yeah, so. Pretty efficient queue so far. I do see Mr. Pugslot on the online list, so, yep, there we go. Thanks for checking in. Here's a well-decorated course filled with perfect level design. That's what awaits us on Mount Lime. You encourage me to explore? Okay, we'll do it. Yeah, especially if it is more of a traditional layout. I find that, you know, when people do traditional style Mario design, that exploration is so much a part of it that people have heard me talk about this over and over before, but that the style is kind of underrated in Mario Maker because the whole structure of Mario Maker does not really encourage exploration in quite the same way as the original games. And so you have all these people who are traditional makers who, you know, try to take all the lessons they can from the way that Nintendo structured their own power-ups and coins and bonus rooms and so on. And a lot of it doesn't wind up paying off when you submit it to people who just want to speed to the end. Anyway, don't know if I checked this very thoroughly, but we'll get down here. And... oh, interesting, okay. No, that's not going to do it, but... I was just showing off the fact that I can actually do a shell jump from time to time. It's not when it counts. Okay. Always good to practice that. I'm actually no good at shell jumps, or at shell levels, but I'm working on it, so when the opportunity arises, might as well just take a look and see. I feel like I can make that. Okay, maybe not. Okay, maybe not quite, but definitely wondering about that spot and whether maybe there's something power-up dependent going on there. Love the decoration of this cavern over here. And, whoops. Interesting track over here. I guess it's just telling me that the green pipe is matched to the yellow pipe, and that's just there to create a decorative sense of space. Wonder if this is kind of a propeller-like gate. But we'll check on top just to make sure I've understood everything that's up here. I haven't really checked the spot. Whoops. Okay, that's just a ceiling. Let's go back down. And here we are. Of course we're going back. Because of that spot we saw earlier. Of course we're going back. No, nothing? Really? Okay. Except this pipe over here. No, there's nothing. We're just at the top of the pipe. Okay. That's a pity. And that is just going to be blocked off on the right side, so we'll just head back down. Anyway, here, let's keep the acorn. Till I see a reason to prefer the fire flower. I think I prefer the acorn here. And we're going to get many chances at that. Including one, whoops, right here. The left side is just stuff you forgot to remove. Okay, I see. Well, now we've exposed all that. Okay, nice little bonus segment with a bit of a mild threat from all the moles that are just hanging out. Oh, whoops. I was just going to crouch there to stay safe, but the Green Koopa should be well out of the way due to the one-way panel. And where are we? We've been here, okay. Okay, why not? Yeah, I guess a lot of the on-off blocks here are used mostly as decoration to top off some of these mushroom platforms in a slightly different way. I see, so you have a choice of power-ups as you go. As well as Cheep Cheeps that are down there for whatever reason. Oh, interesting. No, that's nothing. It's just the bridge. Okay, this piranha is going to obstruct everything very suspiciously. Down arrow looks like it's probably flagging the main route, so just get out of here and might as well take a shell through, just in case. Sure, we'll do that. Before we go through the one-way panel, I will of course check this side. And okay, looks like we just have multiple routes, in fact. Sure, let's go down. Okay, just a quick little bonus loop here, unless the pipe goes somewhere interesting, which it does not. That's okay, we'll just hop out this way for 3 coins. Yoshi! Okay, Yoshi is going to flutter by. Grab some fire. The Yoshi swallowing piranha plants, like swallowing fire piranhas to give you more fire, is something that I've seen in a couple puzzles, but which I think is very rarely used. Okay, let's get through here. Nope. Take that. Okay. Not much going on here, but let's check. Now, it doesn't look like there's going to be anything, but... Alright. Type here, and of course we'll check. Oh yeah, that's something. Nope, that's nothing. But it's decorative, and so we got an aesthetic reward for checking this. Just by seeing how it was laid out, even though it would not be within view of any players who didn't check that. Arrow points to right. Naturally, we're going left. Okay. THX. Bit of a lowercase h, I guess. Down probably just takes you to the flag, or doesn't it? I see, okay. Mind is time. Thank you for pointing that out, Electro Dude, because I looked at it just as I hit the flag. 21 seconds. Thank you for that, Mr. Pugslot. And thank you for the GGs. Okay, believe we're just still going down next. Yeah, that's right. Cat, thank you for the suggested level, the Japanese Space Mage. We'll see what that's all about when we get to it. Electro Dude, looking forward to the new thing that you created, which I might actually be able to beat. Since clearing your levels is such a rarity these days. Yeah, Mr. Pugslot, if you're sticking around, you're always welcome to submit more. I tend to leave the queue open typically for another half hour or so from this point, and then I tend to stay and clear everything, which tends to blow up my stream time by an additional 2 hours often, depending on how inefficiently things go. And we will be back tomorrow as well for more viewer levels in the same time slot. But here's Starry Sky of Speedy Shells. Run through the starry sky with no one but your shelf. Unless you're playing in co-op for whatever reason. So it's going to be TS and TSR. Well, TS is Team Shell. TSR... Team Speedrun? I want to say it's Speedrun. But anyways, you can see something sub 42nd by Antza. And then a clear rate that's fairly generous, in fact, so we'll see how this one goes. Something that's apparently a shell level. 2% doesn't sound too threatening. Unless, of course, we just hit everything from the side. No, I'm supposed to hit that from the side. I am supposed to hit that from the side, so it lands on the jump block ahead of me. Yeah, I see what's going on. Yep. I think I understand what to aim for here. 40-second limit, as we thought, but we need to land accurately after we project that shell forward. I see coins up above. And then we bounce off to right side. The skull platform should be projecting me in a certain direction, I guess. Well, let's think about that. Looks like we'll be going right side first, and then... Ah, no, we go straight up. There we go. There we go. Much better. Whoops. A little bit slow there. Yeah, pink coins, of course, just enforcing certain places where you need to stay on the ground or jump. Reminds me most of all of number of Electro Dude levels that I had played a long time ago, like that one with Yoshi. The Yoshi one where you go back and forth in a very similar fashion. I definitely want to hold the right and left, yeah. I see what's going on here. Holding a little too far, though. Do want to reverse left at that point. Oh, I got whacked by the shell that I had punched, which maybe not what I expected, but that's my jump height to blame there. Huh, interesting. Let's see how to correct that. Yeah, I need to go a little bit earlier because I'm not getting on top of the shell. Gotta go, getting snacked at IGA, enjoy your snack. No, too early. I should be following the coin trail, but I definitely need to make some kind of adjustment on that jump so I wind up on top of the shell and get a bounce on top of it, probably. Or get to ride it forward, perhaps. Yeah, I've heard of IGA. It's not only in Australia, I think. It does exist elsewhere. I definitely didn't think you were talking about the creator of Castlevania or something like that. Unless that's the kind of snack you're really into. Do I land on the spring? Maybe that's what I should go for. I'm not actually clear on this. I mean, it is accessible. No, that's the bounce. Okay, no, I see what's going on. I'm actually leaning a little far forward into that jump. I can afford to pull back just slightly to make sure the height lines up. Maybe. We'll see, because that is going to be a small correction. For sure. I pulled back a little too much. I didn't know if I was going to hit, so... But yeah, it certainly seems like a very long time since we've seen Electrocuted a level from you in this style. But it used to be. Bread and butter I was seeing from you. Need a high bounce off of that to hit the next question block, and then bounce off the big buzzy shell, and then onto a small buzzy shell. Nope. Yeah, that's one interaction where I find that I'm having trouble seeing whether I'm going too soon or too late. But we'll just try to find a correct adjustment here and make it across. Nice full jumps here, do a lot of work. Yeah, that was just going quickly enough that I didn't quite see what I was supposed to do for a moment, just from having to read right in the spur of the moment. Whoops, too soon. Yeah, I see. Just need more momentum from the spring and as much speed as I can get getting out of that reversal. Nope, too soon. But yeah, it must be that my spring reversal is not what it needs to be on the left side there in order to make all of that line up properly. Yeah, going too early, actually. I see now that it is going too early. You've been trying a lot of new things and you thought you'd want to make some of this again, yeah. Man, I don't know exactly what you're saying about reading. I'm not exactly sure what you're responding to, rather. But, okay, up we go. Yeah, I was going too early every time. That was the issue. That's what... Oh, no, because I was talking about reading the level. Yeah, I see. So you bounce over here, and then the shell is going to go on top of the spring if everything is going well, and then it's going to break the scroll stop on the right side, which I now see. I just wasn't looking at it very carefully. Too soon. Need to go probably closer to the edge. The fact that the coin trail was placed like that was getting me to go a little bit early. You don't actually need to go that early to hit the coins, obviously. But you only have so much precision in the indication from the coin, so... Yeah, no, I need to hit that with a full jump, because then the shellmet will protect me while grabbing the coin, and then I bounce back, and then I hit the next question block, which will make everything line up properly, so... We'll just go back and try it. Okay, down we go. And then jump up. Nope, missed the repress there. Really need to hold jump in midair, and that'll push the thwomp away as I go up, I think. Which will be kind of a neat interaction if it happens. The way that I expect. Definitely a lot of interdependent parts all over this thing. But yeah, very satisfying to get that jump on the first Big Buzzy there when it actually happens. A lot of things here are definitely dependent on the low gravity as well. Okay. Oh yeah, that blind fall did not go well. Well, I mean, a lot of it was pretty readable and blind, actually. I mean, if you just kind of understand that you need to really hold your direction accordingly every time you reverse around one of the springs, and everything goes well. You just need to anticipate every stack of horizontal springs by changing direction while you're following your falling arc and just dropping into them from the side. But once you have that down, everything goes really smoothly. So yeah, just certain locations that I had to understand very quickly that were throwing me off at the end of that really good run that we had. But that was significant progress in the span of one attempt. I know, too late in that corner. So it is some kind of on-off interaction that is doing the scroll break. I'm just trying to figure out what's triggering that while I'm also playing through the level. It must be something that's proximity-based. Based on some kind of thwomp activation, perhaps. Or something else that I haven't paid much attention to. Okay, there we go. This whole part's pretty satisfying. Jump on this. Pretty accurate, although definitely have to read that on very short notice. Okay, not quite lined up there. Once again, just from being a little slow and changing directions at one particular point on that final platform that I was on. Definitely see where I was a little bit off. Okay, here we go. And yeah, here we go. Know to expect that by now. Yeah, it slowed down a little bit there. As I was hitting the trampoline, I didn't do that reversal very smoothly. Those diagonal deflections, when you bump the Buzzy helmet against the saw blades, those are pretty neat. This one here, and the one that comes after. I mean, if it weren't something that was a really speedy level, I think it would be hard to make that work as something controlled. You can make it work, but I think it's an element that actually works a lot better when you are just playing impulsively and very quickly. Some of the shells you hit do something off screen is okay, yeah, that's how you would enforce actually having to hit everything. Same way that in the Yoshi level you do need fire and projectiles and shells in all the right places just for mechanisms to activate. And then the pink coins are of course just a little bit of extra enforcement to make sure some of the timings line up. Okay, up here we go. Down. 0 seconds on the clock, and that's a very fancy GG. 0 on the clock tells me that I'm at least a second behind world record, which kind of makes me wonder where you could have shaved a second here. Okay, no, only a few frames behind, in fact. And thank you for the GG. DDO Neon, thank you for checking in, and for the GG, let's take a look at 75NYKCTX G. Destiny Tower. Bowser's Attack. Oh, I guess if you're making this as a finale to a super world or something, or even just as a standalone, this journey is coming to the end. Only you can choose the path of destiny. Very new level, only one clear so far in the time that it has been up. Let's see how we do. Okay, up the steps. We have 2 doors to choose from here. Do we want to go up or to the right? Let's go up. We might have to do both anyway, so. Okay, here's a mushroom and the fight against Bowser, which will be up throws with a shell. Oh, that's going to be some time pressure. Whoops. Oh, bad idea. Okay, we'll do that. I do want to check the other room first, just to see if it's an alternate fight or something. Interesting. We'll check it anyway. Like we have 3 different options to work with here. I don't know if we do need all of them for 3 keys in the end, or if it's just a choice of fight. If it is a choice of fight, I might just do all of them. But we'll see what the structure is. Whether we need to hit everything and come back through some other means. Yeah. This one, pretty much all about the time shot. Have to react pretty quickly when you're at this elevation when it comes to Bowser dropping fire all over you. Here we go. A piece switch from an entity check. Okay, 2 exits. Oh, okay, so it's kind of a branching level then. Don't know if coming through here while the piece switch is still active would affect anything. It would affect whether this is accessible. And yeah, it looks like we have a couple of different choices and they would drop you in. Looks like we have multiple types available though. Don't know if some of these were also spitting you out from something previous. It's kind of a maze, exactly. I do see now. So yeah, we'll try to do a different fight every time. If we have a choice of fights, we go through the maze. Oh, nice. I don't see these branching structures very often, simply because so much of the Mario Maker streaming scene in particular is just built around single plays, and so they don't tend to take very good advantage of levels like this, where you do have a lot of different content to look at as you go. Let me see how I'm actually going to hit him here. 6 Bowser boss battles, 7 possible combinations. Yeah, we'll do something different every time. Did I go down last time? Yes, I did. Let's go up. And okay, here we are. Okay, huge piece of machinery here. It looks like it is like a giant robot. Giant death robot, from what I can see. With really spiky eyes. And we need to grab something and fire it into this slot here in order to hit the on-off switch. And drop Bowser down to the P-switch, so Let's look for something that I can fire as an object. Looks like it might be something that comes out of these blasters, so we'll need some kind of initial... Ah, yeah, here's a Koopa. Okay, so once again, we have a choice. Let's go Killer Robot. I almost want to restart this level on every attempt so we can see some of the early fights. But we'll try to beat it at least once first, and we'll branch around afterwards. Perhaps. Depending on how long I take, obviously. If it's fairly quick to get through, it would be neat to see multiple variations. Whoops, no, we obviously wanted to throw it from the other side. Interesting that because of the on-off switch placement, when you grab a shell from one side, you do have to go up the other side. Now, I didn't actually figure out what to do with this fight, so let's go back and see it again so I can see what the intended pattern may be. Yeah, P-switch activation. And we need to toss something on the on-off switch fuzzy shell, okay. Let's get this here. Oops. Okay, up we go, up we go. No, it woke up, okay. Had time for it to do that. Really should have paid attention. Okay, no, I see it. That it's all about the on-off switch activation. Anyway, Electro Dude, thank you for submitting Yellow Snow. Okay. Let's get up here, now that we have much less Bowser dodging to be done. Then we'll hit the next one, and yeah, eventually we'll have something drop on top of a P-switch. And that will open up the exit, so it is going to be pure survival, alternating either side. Ah, okay, need to be careful there. The one-way panel. Yeah, so DDO Neon, even if we don't see very many of the combinations, you are welcome to resubmit this level and we can see more. And, yeah, definitely like to see the content and things like branching levels, and then that's not really taken advantage of enough when a level is structured that way. Okay, you're going to follow this clockwise. Lose the shell, lose myself. Yeah, let's do this fight. I mean, the other one's pretty interesting too, with the aesthetic of the giant colossal robot. Whoops. Sure, we'll shortcut this. Sort of. Okay, take that out. Nope. Not your level, but a good one nonetheless. Okay, well, thank you for recommending that. Alright, let's back over here. Nope, jumping right into it. Not clever. But yeah, let's commit to this one for now. And if we have time to do a second pass, we'll take a look at the other one just to make sure we get a clear on every side. Oh, nope. Bad idea. Shell wouldn't have stayed alive for too long anyway, so. Interestingly enough, it is possible to, I think, hit Bowser rather, as he is on that Muncher stack with an up throw, but difficult to do so. You really have to have a specific one-tile up throw. Not that it's a smart way to do it anyway. Well, worth thinking about. Okay. Loop around here. And follow Bowser's position clockwise, because that will actually work out pretty conveniently. Before the shell wakes up. And yeah, we need to do that a few more times. XGM, welcome. And yeah, thank you for submitting me your whole second set of 100 levels. By the looks of it. But I'm sure you'll pick something interesting when we pull that up. Nope, trying to be a little too bold here. How many activations do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, I think. Yeah. 2 on each side. Nope. Bad throw. Getting a bit antsy about that, perhaps. And we'll just work our way in. So, Electrodude and Meng, about the world record you were discussing earlier. Is that a level I know about, or is this something else entirely? Something that you worked quite a while on. I don't think I caught much of that conversation earlier, so I didn't know which world record was under discussion. Okay, Shell's just going to wake up at that point. It's not a great starting location for that. You do need Bowser to be out of the way a bit, so you're not stalled by him the whole time. As you try to get up to the next shell throwing location. Whoops. Bad idea. But hey, make it work. Almost better to have some invincibility frames there as we go down below. So we don't get into the issue with dying to one Buzzy as soon as we pick up another. Nope. Let's wait this out. Yeah, the Buzzies are getting a bit heavy down there. That's an issue with the pickup, I think, that it actually is kind of difficult to retrieve some of the Buzzy shells safely when they all spawn in sequence. Okay. I might have played the level, okay. Interesting. Whoops. Okay, loop around. Let's see what's over here. Yeah, have to be fairly quick about the Buzzy shells because once they get clustered over there, they become pretty difficult to obtain. Nope, trying to beat that, and that did not work out the way I wanted at all. Okay, back in. Nope. Okay, finally, much better position here. And we'll just continue here quickly. No, I said continue here quickly. And now that's not going to be very good at all. Given the wake up time on the shell, that's going to come fairly soon, unless of course we get shot in the face first. Which can also happen. Hey, let's take another look. Nope, trying to once again be a little too quick. That's okay, we get the general concept though. Really not too many switch activations. Back and forth, and you're done. Just that we have a surprising number of complications just from not having a good timing window between shells. Nope. Throwing too soon. That's okay, we'll get it soon, I think, just after clean up some of the little bits of imprecision. And yeah, just gonna toss this from time to time. Just give it a bit of a kick or a throw. Yeah. Leave that over here. Here's the second activation, and then another series of cycles here, and that should do it. Okay, down. Let's grab one quickly if I can. Nope. The most difficult boss? Yeah, that's why we'll do it. I mean, conceptually, it's very simple. You don't need to hit very much. It's just that when you're dealing with the shell wake-up time, as well as the one thing that I do find a bit weird about this fight, which is the shell pickup being itself kind of dangerous. I mean, there are a lot of sources of difficulty here that, you know, feel very much under your control and what you can play around, but losing to letting too many shells spawn, I think, is a bit unfortunate. Unless there's a safer way to do the pickup that I just don't know about, where you just smash up the shells and pairs or something. And just declutter them that way. Yeah, it just needs a slightly better strategy from my part in terms of picking good timings, but yeah, once you let too many shells spawn, that becomes a problem. Whoops. That's okay, we'll see how to make it happen. I may be closing queue after this level, just so people know. I will check the queue just to see if that's going to be the case, but very likely that this is going to be last call. But of course I'm taking my time with finishing this, so we may have some time yet. Okay, there we go. Very efficiently done that time. Yeah, when you find a really good pattern, then you can just follow the flow. And everything just works out, you see? Works out beautifully. As long as the shell pickups are all coming at the right time. Which is not the case now. Okay, there we go. Now we escape? No, we don't. That was somewhat of a blind landing, just from not knowing where Bowser Fire RNG was going to go next. Yeah, as we expected, 4 hits. just from watching the P-switch mechanism at the top. But yeah, we just need to find a really smooth cycle here, such that we can easily go one shell to the next without any waiting time. I feel like I'm going to be a little behind that cycle this time. We'll get back on track. Nope. Nope. Okay, drop in here. And here we are. Just gonna toss it up in advance. We can pop this in right away. Nope. Positioning could have been slightly better there, but we'll deal with it. Okay, very conveniently placed bullet that time. Oh, almost got sniped by fire again, but not that time he doesn't. That's gonna be the axe. So at DDO Neon, I have not been on this for too long. I can take a peek quickly just to see the other fights. Probably not all of them, but we'll go back in. And in the meantime, Q is decently short. We'll probably get filled up by Meng's level depending on how hard the one I pick will be, but we'll just be very quick about this and just make sure I see the other rooms at least. I mean, I've seen both of the bosses in the next end. Did I do this one already? Let me just check. No, I did not do this one. Okay. So, this one's going to be about hitting the on-off switches and then getting out of the claw segment. So you do need to alternate either side, but you need to do it by transferring yourself between claws. Okay. Yeah, we'll just see all the new content that I haven't done yet. I mean, the third fight here in part 1 is just the up throw fight, which I think is conceptually pretty simple. This one here seems to be pretty ambitious. Okay. Haven't found out yet how to safely get myself across from one claw set to the next. So, just from foreknowledge of where the switches are going to be located, we will be doing the right side first. But transferring sides looks like it's going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah, dropping in from one claw to the next works as well, as long as I eventually get out of there before I get fire dropped all over my head, which is a bit of a risk factor. Okay, I mean, here we can just pop this directly. Yeah, definitely tricky to do that transfer, especially if we have to do it multiple times. There might be a particular method or pattern to it that I just haven't gotten the rhythm of just yet. Also, I don't know how many switch activations are needed because I don't see the P-switch mechanism. But we'll deal with that eventually, I'm sure. Okay, that's how you do the swap. Tricky, but doable. Obviously, Bowser Fire is going to be a big problem from time to time. This actually looks like it might be harder than the circular fight, in terms of being the hardest one that we see overall. Really depends on the fire pattern, of course. So yeah, since we did get the clear, I won't necessarily spend too long on it. If I am getting stuck on this for some time, we'll just move on, and you're quite welcome to resubmit this at some point if we want to see more rooms. Whoops. What I might do now, actually, is just do the up throw fight, and then from there, we'll look at the second half again. Okay, this is going to be a little bit time sensitive. We're fairly accurate. Then be okay. Also need to make sure I don't stand in a location where I'll get shot by the blasters myself, which is what I died to last time I was here. Might as well clear some space. Not clearing enough space, by the looks of it. Middle, bottom, bottom to see the one remaining one. Oh, okay, because, yeah, you have doors that are matched to different parts of the maze, I see. Middle, bottom, bottom. Like this being the middle? Like, we've done this one already. Unless the maze is built in such a way that... Yeah, because I only saw 2 exit doors, right? So only 2 of these fights are going to take you to the selection of 2 that we had previously. So... Middle, bottom... Oh, you mean middle, bottom... This is middle, bottom. Okay, I see. Okay, we'll do it then. Hey, Silver Killer. Welcome. Whoops. Taking a hit already. Not a good sign. Okay, down we go. Also, I noticed that audio has been cutting out. If that's correct. Nobody pointed that out to me. I should actually fix that quickly. Yeah, just one moment. We'll make another attempt at this one in just a moment. Let me just fix it. And we will be right back. Glad I caught it when I did. But thank you, Electric Dude, for pointing that out. Do the middle door. Take the pipe and then the door down. Okay. Okay, well, you can try to do that. Then some of the stuff that is unbeaten right now, we'll just leave unbeaten. Okay, middle. And then, yeah. Yeah, just so we get a chance to see all the rooms, even if I'm not beating everything. And if we eventually want to demonstrate some of the clears, we can do so. Oops. Of course, that would require me to actually shoot him accurately for a change. Need to remember that I don't really need to do a charge shot every time. It'd be better if I don't, in fact. No, I will. Because otherwise, none of them will hit. Oh. Yeah, difficult to get into the one-tile spacing between the fire. Okay. Whoa, no. Trying to duck out of that. Didn't quite go. Yeah, it won't necessarily beat the remaining unseen fight either. I'll just get as far as I need to make sure I've seen the room. I see now what you mean with the 6 fight 7 combinations. In terms of where the routes are actually going to take you. Whoops. Okay, Okay, let's be extra careful here. Okay, dodged a fire. Then we will leave. Infinite P-switch is going to take... Okay, I see. I took the door previously. I didn't take the pipe. I see what you mean now. And then the door down. The door down. Oh, I see. This door, right? Or... Yes, because these are both exits on the left side. Big Waffles, welcome. Hey, this is going to be a bit of a chase. Have to deal with the RNG fire, obviously. But when I gain some elevation on him, it's not going to be too much of an issue. I have no idea why I hit that switch, but now we see the Muncher setup, so now I do. You need to hit everything, otherwise you just need to redo the whole loop, which would not be very time efficient. I mean, you already need to do the loop twice. But you need to do more of the loop if you hit inaccurately. Yeah, interesting set of concepts all around, obviously. You have a bit of a semi-randomized threat from Bowser here, depending on where he's going to shoot. But everything else has quite a lot of regularity to it. Once again, it's going to be an infinite P-switch setup at the end of this with the Muncher coming out of the red pipe. And as long as we maintain a totally different elevation, we're going to pass this and get out of the bottom. Which makes me wonder then, if you're going to have something that spits you directly into the 50 coin fights, I guess that would be one that is not going to the second half. Maybe. Anyway, world record on very few clears. It's not going to hold, but we'll enjoy it while it lasts. Top path is by the Mecha Bowser. I see. Yeah, of course. Yep. Now I understand. So, at this point, as I was saying, I will be closing the queue after I type in Meng's code. Oh, wait. Let me just check this. No, next GM is sub next, in fact, so let's do next GM first. Forgot that we actually do have a sub in queue. So yeah, I'll type in next GM's code first, and then the queue will be closed at that point. So, last call. And of course, you know, since we're very early on in a stream, sometimes if I actually manage to clear things fairly quickly, we could always reopen for 1 or 2 at the end, but I do not want to guarantee that at this point. We might just want to run a shorter session, so. Next GM, if you are here, do let me know what you want me to play. I've only played one on this entire second list so far, which has come up really quickly. Look at this. Everything has got an upload date from the past week or so, and you've put up 40-something levels that time. Can I do Stuck in Traffic? Okay, let me take a look at where that is. Stuck in Traffic. Okay. Traffic is backed up as far as the eye can see. Get to the other side. Alright, let's do that, but first I will close the queue. So just give me 1 moment while I edit my stream title and do everything else on the administrative side to indicate this accurately. Like I said, viewer levels will of course be back again tomorrow, and then I'm planning to do some kind of post Nintendo Direct special on a Tuesday to Wednesday stream. Wednesday stream, I should say. Haven't determined exactly what that's going to be just yet, but we'll do something just to keep our brains on Nintendo. Let me make sure the bots is displaying accurately. And we'll get into this right away. Okay, it is closed. Let's play. Okay, oh, mushroom this way. Oh, stuck in traffic, I see. I'm just going to enjoy some of the cars here. Oh, I see, because this is a red light, so you're running against traffic, and you're just kind of, you know, taking your little squeegee, your Luigi squeegee, and washing people's windows without their consent. And this is totally destructible, of course. No, it's not, because they are coins or something else in all of those blocks. Never mind, I just wanted to bust that guy's sunroof down. Whoops. Pipes are inaccessible here. Yeah, just a cute little aesthetic level. Ooh, pickup truck. And we'll just get through here. A lot of these decorative car levels with all these wheels on the road would ordinarily have some kind of auto-scrolling element, but of course this one doesn't because everybody is stuck in traffic, spinning their wheels. That's going to be checkpoint. Fire flower. Oh, it was a Dario with a world record. I didn't even pay attention to that. Okay. This would be an interesting one to speed through for sure, if you wanted to go for a record. Simple enough that we might even try it. Even though I'm not really a natural speedrunner at all. Whoops. I mean, you'd have to know the layout pretty well to find a good route. Oh, look at that shell. Almost sniped myself there. Yeah, very much just an aesthetic level of all these different models of cars. Let's try to speed it. Just to see how tight the record is actually going to be. I feel like it's kind of built for this purpose. 103. Okay, we need to cut a lot of corners here. Nope, that's already going to be a problem. That's okay, we'll just try to redo it and try to stay on the tops of the cars as often as possible. Okay. Nope. Nope. Not optimized at all. Not even close. Whoops. That's okay. I mean, I don't know how far off I am from the record, but I assume it's far. Nope. Oh, they could have made that. Totally going to check this clear right now from its original 20-something%. Like I said, not going to spend too long on this. I am really not a mighty speedy player. Okay, not quite in terms of making it over to that goom. Yeah, it seems like you do need to strategize when it comes to these bounces. They're not always going to be in the optimal positions, depending on when you spawn each of the enemies, respectively, so... Okay. Wow, keep landing right in the middle there. Not ideal. Probably don't even need to shave it by this much to beat the existing record, but I don't know how hard Dario pushed against this to get it done, so. I don't normally do this for levels, but since this one is fairly straightforward, and since there are very few clears, and since whatever record I get will not likely stand for very long, might as well give it a try and see what we can do with it. Okay. Okay. Nope. Not really. Not as easy to speedrun. Exactly. We're trying to kind of tease out some of the nuances of this thing. It would have been interesting, though, if there were enemy placements that would lead to a really efficient speedrun route. That's one thing I appreciate a lot about both the recent NSMB and Donkey Kong Country games. They're actually very well tuned for this kind of thing. Like if you look at NSMBU or Tropical Freeze or games like that, when you try to speed through them, you realize how perfectly placed everything is to reward people who try to do it fast. That some of the enemy patterns just magically line up without really even having to go out of your way to force them. Yeah, like I said, won't be doing this for too long, but probably should have just gotten that mushroom. It'll simplify things if I do in fact have the flexibility to take a little bit of damage. Okay. And yeah, let's pop through here. 25 seconds or so far. 26 seconds, I guess. Sure, let's take it. You never know when a damage booster to wheels or something might come in handy, so. Okay. And yeah, like I said, might as well give myself a bit of a safety buffer. Nope, let's not run into the wheels. Okay, that's already close to a minute there, so. Might actually save time by grabbing the mushroom, but who knows. Okay, up we go. See, this is why I was not much of a ninja player. Like the route finding I could do, the actual execution I often could not. Okay. Totally not optimized. 1:03 though. I think I can actually beat that with a run like the one I had earlier that made it into the second half. I think it's surpassable. It'll be tricky, but this guy throws me off a lot. Nope. The last two cars and it would have been close, yeah. Dario didn't purposely speedrun. Yeah, like I said, any record I get will likely not stand, but we blew through this thing so quickly I thought I'd just take a little extra time to learn it in greater depth, if it's possible. Yeah, definitely picked a good time to choke there on that previous attempt. Okay. Nope. I don't know why I keep thinking I can make that. Really shouldn't try that. totally tanking your clear rate here. But hey, it'll be an interesting challenge. Okay, there we go. That was very satisfying. Oops, that was not so satisfying. Whoops. Doesn't need to be perfect. Does need to be not terrible, though. Right now, it's not looking great. Keep falling down here. That's always awful. Okay. Nope. Definitely some poor landing adjustments going on all over the place, so... Whoops. Just a few more tries. I'd at least like to get a decent run that takes me over to the second half. I can afford to give myself a bit more slack when it comes to accuracy. And yet, this is why I don't make a habit out of speedrunning. Oops. Forward. Not very efficient, especially at the end here, but 476 is actually going to be better than the time I had last time. Okay. And that's going to go pretty decently, in fact. That's not going to go so well, but... nope, let's not hit that. Or that. 443, that should do it. Okay. It's not going to hold, but we'll just snag it for now just to do a little proof of concept and get a little more of that layout. So, thank you for that. And Corty you, yeah, it's to him, Dario. Also a really good streamer, by the way. Definitely should catch Dario Man if you can. We do tend to raid him fairly often on my stream simply because of our times lining up well. And yeah, Corty you, I mean, always a pleasure to send you folks on to Dario Party. Not quite Dario Tennis, perhaps, but hey, we're actually going to get a raid from the Scrabble side of things, from Extra Typo. And welcome in, Scrabble Kitty. Let's give Extra Typo a quick shout out. Is mainly a Scrabble streamer who also plays some chess and also serenades you with music on his keyboard from time to time. And is absolutely worth a look. Did I mark this as a win already? No. And yeah, running later than usual from what I can tell, so hope the late night session was going fine over there. Let's pull up what is next, and I believe that's going to be Mang. So yeah, welcome everybody from the Scrabble side. Hope things have been going well and that's been enjoying all the content on that end. I understand there's a big Collins Clabbers event tomorrow, in fact. I'm not able to make it as a player, but I'm definitely hoping that somebody will stream it. And yeah, definitely have a good retreat into sleep, and thank you for bringing everybody over. Okay, Mang, let's see what the most recent thing we have not played is. I've played a lot of this, actually. Running low on P. 107. 20 seconds. Okay, that'll be a little bit different. You're going to StreamNet. Okay, looking forward to some clevers then. For sure. So yeah, Mang, we might as well just go through this in order and pluck this one out. You don't know what playable characters there are. It is Toad, Mario, Luigi, and Toadette. So if you want to take any of those nominations, okay, you're going to go Toadette. Yeah, just to simplify things, I'm going to... no, we'll do Toadette now, and we'll just punch in the code a second time. Let's do that. Speaking of which, Scrabble Kitty is, by the way, the developer of the word definition bot that we typically run here during the Scrabble stream. I don't have it active right now, but a couple of the other viewers from the Mario side have used that copiously before, so... definitely want to give that acknowledgement. I probably should start running the Define bot during this stream. You know what? Let's run the Define bot. Just give me a moment. Let's see. I am always reluctant to push my computer too hard when I'm running Mario Maker because my capture card does tend to choke a little bit, but let's... see about some of that pattern recognition. Okay, running low on P. Let's see if Toadette truly lives up to that special definition of being better than Toad and Luigi and Mario. Oh, okay. You hit the P switches by running over the dash pad, you hit all the P switches, and you bounce on top of the dry bones afterwards. Let's see how this is going to go, because, yeah, that's an interesting interaction for sure. I think you need to jump off the very last P, and that is going to project you over the bone shell, over the bones, rather, and get on top of the first pink coin, so... let's see about that. Okay, no, I see why you're running low on P, is because you can't jump too late, otherwise you just sink. I probably just need to do a controlled jump there, actually, instead of trying to do a full boost. Yeah, because you have a limited amount of time to actually stomp the P's before you just sink, I think. So you can't really get all the way up to the last one. You can do this, and probably just curve my way down after that. So, can't really do this in autopilot. We do need to exercise a bit of control here and miss everything. Possibly ground pound out of some of this stuff, but a total miss. I have no idea whether the coins are required, but I tend to do the optional content in some of this anyway, so... oh, interesting. I think maybe I need a full boost across the whole dash panel. Is that what I'm looking at? Yeah, ground pound there will actually get me into position, which is interesting. I guess I don't really understand what the P's are resting on, but it does kind of encourage you to ground pound so you don't just fall forward. Also, I don't know how tight the 100 seconds are going to be here. But yeah, definitely the coin placements seem to be strongly implying that repositioning yourself on top of the dash panels is the only thing that will get you to survive accurately. So we'll definitely punch that in. And, whoops. Yeah, I probably don't want to do the ground stomp that early, but we do need to adjust that jump a little bit to pull back. Otherwise the falling arc is not going to be very cooperative. I probably need to land a little further to the left there as well. Despite the indication otherwise from the coins. Yeah, further to the left. Oh, maybe not. Huh. Yeah, just still trying to see what kind of adjustment I should be making there in order to get that to work. Silver Killer 1001, you need to use the add command, but I actually have closed the queue for now. If we get through the rest of the queue quickly and you're still here, I will just ask you to tell me your code, I guess, and we'll punch that in. But it is typically exclamation mark rather, add, and followed by the level code that you want to send. Whoops, missing the coin.
Sploosh.
And thank you for the follow. Let's try to clean this up. Yeah, I guess I need to look at this a little bit longer to see if I understand how the positioning works in terms of getting the right sort of falling arc. Like whether I should be adjusting to the left or to the right when it comes to developing momentum off of the dash panels going into the P-switches. Because as you can see, the part where I'm failing later on, I'm landing a little early before I hit the P-switch. I think I actually just need to lean into the jump, in fact. Whoops. Okay, so that's going to be fine. We need a high bounce off of that in order to get over to pink coin on the right side. No, I see what's happening is that I do need to lean into the dash panels and hold right. That's something I was not consistently doing. So, more controlled jumps here in terms of cutting back a bit on the height. Nope, cut back a little too early. That's okay, we'll scout ahead and see what I can of the level. But yeah, there's definitely some nuance of forward momentum going on here when it comes to developing enough speed to survive the P-switches that you drop into in that later location. Right here. Okay. I need to cut that jump slightly. Yeah, I guess Meng does like doing that every now and then. Even likes doing so archaically. I don't know if doing the ground pound there is actually going to get me in trouble with the clock later on in the level. I certainly hope not, but we'll see how tight this is. 19.5 is the current record. Okay, we've got lots of time. The 100-second thing is mostly just there to make the music go nice and fast. Although I don't know if that affects the P-switch music. I didn't think it did, although could just be wrong. Whoops. Gives you the panic chime at the very beginning of the level, though. I guess that's what 99 seconds are for. Whoops. And yeah, strategy coming in with the Goomba. We actually had checked out on another stream as well, when the same subject matter came up of Mario elements that are playable in the dictionary. And yeah, in that cat, it only goes up to 15 letters because that's what fits on the board. So unfortunately, pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. I've got to make another attempt at that. Wait, let's do this. Pneumono ultramicroscopic silicovolcanoconiosis. There we go. Had to give that a moment's pause just to make sure we get that done accurately. Okay, I need to get high bounce once again. I think that's the point of the question blocks, actually, is that if you jump into the question blocks, then you can prepare a high bounce going into the dry bones. And we'll see if we can make that work. Yeah, still having a little bit of trouble doing that reliably. I don't know if there's a better way to do that P-switch drop there. But leaning into it usually seems to work. There we go. And yeah, we do need to do the wall jump off the P-switches just slightly higher, not too high, because we'll hit these spikes. But yeah, that seems to work. No, didn't get a good bounce there. I was actually a little bit late on the jump, so instead of bouncing off of the small dry bones, we did an accidental wall jump that took me too low. That was the issue. Huh. I can twirl midair. Yeah, that's true. I often have a little bit of trouble predicting what's going to happen with the 3D World twirl because it takes your angle a little bit lower than the equivalent twirl in NSMBU. I wonder if I should be doing the wall jump there, or if I should just be pulling back right away. Oh, I see, because the twirl would bump you just a little further forward. That location. Long jump over here, of course. Very visible as a long jump. Number 6, let's do number 6. Just give me a moment, momentarily sane, and we will pull that up. We haven't had one of those redemptions in some time, I think. So let me pull up the reading screen. We will give that a look in just a moment. Okay, William Shakespeare, sonnet number 6. Very seasonal. Then let not winter's ragged hand face in thee thy summer, ere thou be distilled. Make sweet some vial, treasure thou some place, with beauty's treasure, ere it be self-killed. That use is not forbidden usury, which happies thou that those that pay the willing loan, that's for thyself to breed another thee, or 10 times happier, be it 10 for 1. 10 times thyself were happier than thou art. If 10 of thine 10 times refigured thee, then what could death do if thou shouldst depart, leaving thee living in posterity? Be not self-willed, for thou art much too fair to be death's conquest, and make worms thine heir. Yeah, since we're pulling up definitions from the Collins Dictionary, might have to start working Edmund Spenser's Fairy Queen into this as well, somehow. But thank you for that request. Not the cleanest reading, but definitely a very ample demonstration of exponential growth as we kept multiplying things by 10. Yeah, we want to get the twirl here, probably. At least we know that time pressure is not going to be too much of an issue, apart from time pressure coming naturally from the P-switches. There we go. Much better, actually. Very safe. When used in conjunction with the dash panel, I guess. I just always think of the 3D world as not taking me very far, but with the dash panel it actually covers quite a bit of distance. Several blocks of distance, as you can see. How do you even pronounce it? Alicoles? Kind of like melancholy, except not. Nope, a little bit late on the long jump. Oh, it actually is defined as kind of like melancholy. Or as a word for melancholy. I was just guessing there. I accidentally spun into picking up that P-switch, which is not what I expected. Okay. Let's try this once again. No, a bit late on the spin and accidentally long jumps into the wall. Apparent taking an S is a good S hook to know. Not that it's likely to come up, but it's one of those that would draw a challenge, I'm sure. Whoops. And, oh yeah, momentarily saying you're just putting in the IPA for the correct pronunciation, I guess. Okay, down we go. Yeah, need to fix that up a little bit, but... Okay, felt very smooth that time. Down we go. Wrap around here. Nope, still missed the long jump. I really do need to go right away. I am always a little late off the edge every time I try to make that. Okay, I kind of like the twirl in that location now, actually. Since we've had time to figure out that spacing. Whoops. Yeah, interesting that you would just slide over to P-switches this way. Just like you would with a P-jump, except without the jump input. I don't think I had seen that interaction. Okay. Probably implying a wall jump to the left to reposition? No, I don't think so. I think we can probably just get on top of the dry bones directly. Although I was definitely, whoops, taking a moment to look at that. Okay, luckily, not too much time pressure here to correct out of that accidental dash panel to the left. And okay, we do need to face in the other direction before we fall on that panel. Because it's the direction you're facing when you land that matters. If I'm not mistaken. Apparently only takes an S in the World Dictionary. Okay, I see. Yeah, sometimes when I see that plugged into the definitions, I don't necessarily know that. So we'll mentally mark that as a Collins S hook. Among all the other ones that come as occasional surprises. Whoops. That's also going to be a long jump. I was still busy mentally adjusting to all of the changes in direction around the dash panels there, so Up we go. And back down. Okay, wrap around here. Nope, not quite. Yeah, Silver Killer. This one is not too rough by this maker's standards in terms of difficulty. Always had to budget a lot of time for Mang levels because you always have to account for having to learn new mechanics or interactions or changes in momentum that you don't have a lot of experience with. That's really the thing that makes it difficult. Is not so much that you need to be extremely precise in terms of execution, but that often you have to learn something that you haven't had to do before. And Mang, or Der Yogurt Hose in chat, who we're talking about when we refer to Mang, the creator of this level, is very charitable towards my abilities in this game. But, oops, there we go. Sometimes it just takes a bit of practice. I'm a lot better at this than I was when I started streaming, for sure. But I've also put in a preposterous amount of time in this game. Mostly since I started streaming. I was playing it quite a lot before that, of course, but picking up streaming on a regular basis just takes your playtime to a whole other order of magnitude. And here we go. But yeah, I mean, the actual skill set in a lot of these isn't really technical. Like, you're just adjusting your direction and jumping and landing. It's not like you're doing any really advanced tricks that you can practice separately as tricks. It's that you just have to learn the level's own unique mechanics. And so it's going to be a bit of a fresh start every time when you play some of these. Speaking of which, actually, Mang, I'm reminded now that I never finished that night airship level that had the Shelmets bumping everything around. I'm trying to remember what that was called. That's the Interstellar Space, I think? Interstellar something or other. Silver Killer. The nice thing about commentary sometimes is that it can help you maintain your focus on the things that you need to improve as you're playing. So it's not like I'm really doing two things at once. It's more that I'm, in some ways, better able to concentrate when I'm trying to take note of the things that I need to be doing better or fixing along the way. And so, I mean, it does require a certain amount of multitasking, but it balances out when you think about the way that it can improve what you're doing. Not everybody is this way. There are some streamers who really get distracted by their own commentary and don't manage to handle that very well. But there is at least one person who claims that occasionally I get into these situations where I can only beat something if I am also commentating. And that might occasionally be true. Whoops. If one had to suggest a Mario in which to learn how to Mario, so to speak. Oh, learn how to Mario. Well, I mean, the skill set has changed quite a bit over time, right? It depends on what you're trying to learn. I mean, Super Mario World teaches you how to play Super Mario World. But it's true that there are a lot of transferable skills between platformers that you can take with you to other games when you just think about this kind of mental aspect of knowing how to read level design and anticipate moving parts and so on, and know where to poke around and explore. Super Mario World in that way is very good. That simply because so much of the history of platformers was designed around the same expectations of having known major canonical works like that. But in terms of modern Mario, you know, to really get a full appreciation of some of the mechanics, I think it's perhaps even better to be starting with the console NSMB games. So NSMB Wii, NSMB U. NSMB U is actually very good for that, even though it is introducing a lot of advanced mechanics as well. But it depends on what you want to learn, right? I mean, this seems more like a Sonic game than a Mario game. I think its creator, Mang or Der Yogurt Hose in chat, will appreciate that comment because Mang is actually a big Sonic fan who is always telling me to play the fan-made game Sonic Roboblast 2, which eventually I'll actually have to get around to. Actually, people in the Scrabble side, I know that Benji apparently is a big Sonic player. I haven't seen him play it, but I remember him saying something about speedrunning Sonic Mania from time to time. Okay, here's the bounce there. Ground pound. Wall jumps, and here we go. Oh, hard mode. Let's see how we're doing for time. I might want to do hard mode on this Mang, but depending on whether you can stay, maybe we can do it at the end of the stream. Let me just see how we've been doing, because, yeah, you need to get over the flag and get over to the propeller, I think, and then there's going to be a warp block after that for the key, so let's see how we're doing for time and for the queue. If I get through the queue quickly, man, I might actually come back to this one to try to do hard mode. If not, I'll just do it on a catch-up stream, as we occasionally like to do. But yeah, I've been on this for about half an hour, so let's move on to the queue now. And how does someone do that in 19 seconds very accurately, I guess? There might have been some skips here, where some of the back and forth got bypassed. Let's mark that as a win. Silver Killer, you're from Germany. Yeah, so is Mang, apparently, and so are a lot of makers we get here. We get... Oh, there are a lot of alternative speed spreads plus skipping the coins. Right, because the coins were only necessary to get the warp block that gets you into the room after the flag. That's very true. That's we kind of diverted by the coins not knowing whether they would be required, so we will have to go back to this for true ending. It might happen to stream, it might not. But let's pull up the level from Natcat first. And yeah, momentarily saying one of the benefits of running at this crazy time is that I do get a good mix of people from NA and from EU, depending on whether they're here for late night or for breakfast. Natcat, of course, is a real accomplished polyglot. Natcat, I seem to recall you actually have your Switch set to Italian. I know you speak Italian because I talked about it on Dario's stream. But anyway, here's Space Mage with lots of Japanese text that I would need my machine translation engine to read. I'm going to do that, actually, just point to Google Translate this thing and see if it's saying the same thing. This is how I get by with Japanese levels every now and then, in case they tell me any vital information. Manipulate the space with the help of a whimsical magician to create an advantageous room. That's what the machine translation says. So basically the same idea. We're going to be using Magic Koopas to manipulate space. Okay, so Munchers are going to obstruct a door. Magikoopas are going to spawn over here. I see. So it's currently they're not spawning anything, but then that's because they've hit the block already. Oh no, I see what's going on. The Munchers have stopped appearing because of entity limits. Because the Magikoopas have converted that block. The block hits entity limit and prevents the Munchers from spawning out of the pipes, I think. Or maybe it's just that you're off screen, and so you no longer see the pipes. Anyway, came in this door. We can't jump off the left, obviously, but if we go back through the door, there's going to be some kind of camera control that takes you around to something different, as you can see here. Yeah, so this was where we came from. This is where we came out. So the idea is that if you keep going through the doors after a little bit of scroll stopping, and eventually things will happen. So let's just let the Magikoopa punch its way through, and then we will reverse through the doors again to see what we have done to the scroll break. Oh, okay, this is just a credit screen with death. Owata, apparently. Well, now we know. Alright, as you can see, Munchers are spawning... Ah, no, I see what's going on. It's actually because there is a scroll break that takes you over by one block, and then the pipes become out of range in terms of no longer spawning the Munchers on the left. Because you can see that we continued to scroll by one block after the Magikoopas came down. So that is the tech that is going on there. We'll move over here and just try to go back and forth. I think we will want to pull this by one block, perhaps. We'll see. Because, yeah, auto-scroll is going to break one block at a time. I see what's going to happen. If we punch out 2 blocks using the Magikoopa, then, because the blaster is 1 block away from the wall on the left, you can do a continuous wall jump up the blaster until you get over to the yellow pipe. So we need to break 1 additional block. But only 2. Not 3, because we'll get into the same trouble we did previously. So it's going to pull over by 2 blocks. Oh no, we need 1 additional one because that was already the scroll break. Yeah, 1 additional tile, that should be good. And in fact, you can see the spacing from the top level. And we go up. Yeah, momentarily saying, I mean, it's auto-scroll that's pushing you from left to right. And a lot of screen boundary tech with the sort of soft screen boundary is usually not very well known. Like, it can lead to some pretty interesting interactions that I just mostly know from playing puzzles. So it looks like we'll probably want some kind of entity blockage to prevent this wiggler from spawning down a red pipe next time we come over here, so let's get through here. Nothing to interact with except for on-off, but then you can see there's a series of hard blocks up top that are going to be popped at some point. So yeah, that's going to drop a Magikoopa from a track, and then we'll have a bit of block manipulation, which, if a couple of them are destroyed, then notice that it's only spawning coins, which is important because you can only restrict a Magikoopa to spawning coins if enemies are already at limit. And power-ups too, I think. Oh, I don't know why I hit that twice. Didn't really need to. But as you can see, there's a bit of custom scrolling here that is going to take you up to the next stack. And so we can go back and forth as long as I don't run into any issues with being under the minimum So as you can see, the Wiggler is no longer able to spawn, but we don't want to have one additional row get destroyed in the top left, because then the pipe will become inaccessible. Yes, the floor does kill you eventually after you're a few tiles off, but you do have a bit of a buffer. I think it's usually 4 blocks or so that's a buffer. Anyway, you just see them popping the POW into P. I don't know what that affects yet, but it might just be demonstrating some concept. Like the fact that they can pop the POWs. You can block the pipe if you drop 2 POWs down to conveyor, except the conveyor is going left or right. Oh no, that's going to be the exit, actually. So you need to get to projectile limit to block the cannons, and you also need a P-switch activation such that you can run across the conveyor, I think. No, you can run across the conveyor normally, it's just that it's there to enforce that you must block the cannonballs before you are actually able to make that exit. So we're going to have a bit of spatial manipulation here. And as you can see, we have a bit of a spacing tool, once again. Now, suppose we hit this, and that's going to drop and start raising the stack as before. Yeah, same kind of interaction that we had coming out of the other side. Okay, so I think probably if we do a second set of interactions, yeah, that's going to continue dropping Magic Koopas off of some kind of initial set of track junctions. I don't know what this does yet, though, and I think I have to go through the door to find out. Answer. No, we don't want to spoil the answer. No way. Oh, I see. It's going to be something to do with the POWs. In terms of making sure the POWs continue to spawn. I think the idea is that you need to have the camera moved up enough that you can actually come down here and run across without the cannonballs firing at you. So there are going to be a certain number of tiles that you need to pull up. And the purpose of the POW blocks is to perhaps make sure you can gain some height. Not exactly sure. As you can see, they can be destroyed, and you just have to continue unstacking. Ah, no, I get it. You needed POW blocks stacked on top of these locations such that you are actually able to get across when you punch out one additional row. Because this way you can see where you're going. Otherwise, you'll be playing a bit blind. Unless you have a really good memory for your positioning. So yeah, one more row of the Magic Koopas that pulls up, and then now we go. Like that. Does it fire? It does not fire. Good. Okay. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a precision trap to the left that I'm not going to do, but if we have this, now I can hug the wall. There we go. And then now we can probably make it across. Once a few more blocks get punched out. There we go. So custom scroll breaks up once again. Everything breaks here, and eventually we will want to make sure the spike does not spawn or throw. I think in order to do that, we need to pull the spike over on that side of the camera just once or twice. Whoop. Is he still going to throw? Looks like it, so... No! Interesting that the spike no longer registers as being an element on screen. You know he's clearly there. And then we can just tug our way down. 24 seconds. I actually had to go quickly. Get checkpoint. But since this is just checkpoint, we can just look at this and see. Yep, so power-ups are no longer blocked, but enemies still are, hence why the only random draws here are mushrooms and coins. 50 coin here, okay, interesting. Oh, this is just a title image. Fine, we'll climb out and go back to this. Oh, I see, so this is just a bit of a consolation. Let's see this again, I just want to take a look. Ah, I see. So it's just a title image and it drops you back in to grab the 50 coin. And then we have something else going on. Boss time. Oh, hence why you're given the star in case you really need a crutch. I guess it's quite generous to new players. There was the clue room earlier that we did not look at. Bombs are going to go off everywhere. We want to bomb this location here. But, of course, Magic Koopa will just do some of that for us. And when we do that, since suddenly everything gets pulled, and then you can still hit Ludwig off screen. And that's going to give me the key, right? Or not? Oh no, you have a stack there, so we need to hit the next one in a stack. So yeah, the idea here is to scroll them out of the way. Do we want to cheap our way out of this? Probably not, but that's okay. It doesn't actually exploit very much, because all it does is give you a little bit of invulnerability initially. Let's get out of the way here. Oh, let's get the next one. Stand apart from the pipe for a moment. And they hit Ludwig a few times, and then we should be good. Yeah, that's the key. Okay, that's the flagpole. Excellent. Okay, very neat level. Thank you for that suggestion, Netcat. Yeah, there's so much you can do with Custom Scroll that I've rarely seen exploited to the same extent. There was the, I want to say the Zerfink puzzle in 4YM last year that did some similar things with scroll breaks going in all directions and respawning into rooms, but this one had some pretty interesting ideas in terms of taking advantage of when item spawning or pipe spawning gets disabled by camera movements in a certain direction. So, very effective reminder of some of those edge case mechanics. The VIP of your channel recently brought this level maker to your attention. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to go back to that and see some more. So, and yeah, Scrabble Kitty, thank you for dropping by once again. And we have good bedtime. We're almost done here anyway. I'll be pulling up Electrodude's level, which is another suggested level, and if we get that done quickly, we'll go back to Mangs to try to do the hard route, and that's probably all I will be doing. And looking at that spelling of evening, yeah, Collins just does that kind of thing. Momentarily saying this is not one by Electrodude, and we did do one quickly earlier today. This is another suggested level. So SDGML, the octothorpe or pound sign next to a word indicates that it's only in the World Dictionary, not the North American Dictionary, which does account for a lot of things like archaic words or words that are in use in a lot of other English dialects that are not well represented in North America. You know, a lot of things that are South African or Scots or Maori or so on. But it also just draws on different sources in terms of where the dictionary is getting its material. So you do have a lot of stuff that looks absolutely crazy. Until you play a lot of Scrabble and then you just get used to it. Okay, it's going to be another level by Samuel, who we've played some nice levels from before at Electro Dude's suggestion. Actually, Samuel has dropped by here as well. But I haven't seen him in a while. Here is Yellow Snow. It's banana flavored. Level made only using items that were new to Mario Maker 2. Interesting cover image. He's usually asleep by this time. Yeah, he dropped by at some point, I think. Probably just dropped me a follow after I played some of his previous material. Anyway, SD, welcome and glad to have you here with the rest of the cat gang. Oh, I see. So you jump on the skip squeak once you raise it, and that's the concept. Once I don't miss it. And then I drop onto the right side of the yellow pipe and wall jump over to the tree. That should be the idea. Oh, I loved using the tree to raise the wings skip squeak. That's something that I have not seen often, even though I know that interaction from things like winged bullies, hop chops, etc. I've hardly played with winged skip squeaks at all. So it's kind of nice to have this tree right here just to remind you of that interaction. Looks like you can probably sneak under this guy, but I want to check the wall jump anyway. No, I guess the spike is there specifically to discourage you from checking the wall jump. There we go. No. I want to do something else here. I might have to roll across. All of 3D World is new? Yeah, but 3D World also has a lot of overlap in terms of familiar elements like Goombas and other things. You know, yellow pipes are new, the red blocks are new. Pretty much everything that doesn't even have an equivalent in Maker 1, I think that's the concept. We roll. Long jump over. I didn't expect that guy to drop in my face. I was a little bit slow, I think. Wings skip squeaks raise by themselves and they go high as you drop them. I haven't played with them nearly enough. And yes, icicles were new. Whoops. Yeah, we'll just get back into this quickly. And thank you for the lurk, SD. Here we go. And down we go. Yeah, nice and quick. Oh, I see. That when they are in that running animation coming out of the pipe, they were not responding to my jump, which is interesting. Hey, look at this supernova pipe right here. I guess the idea is to long jump, and you would be able to fit under the blue pipe from a long jump. Of course I'm going to check this. Bad idea. Okay. And yeah, Silver Killer, I don't have my command list public, but that's because I always have a lot of backup commands in storage there that I just rotate out and I change their names. And it's a total mess to look at. But we have a couple of the basics. We have, you know, the lurk command, we have an uptime command that nobody ever uses. Or they used to use, and that's why I put one in the first place. Oh, whoops. And actually, SD... Oh, I guess SD's lurking. I don't know if I showed SD my uptime command. Because I think she is somebody who would appreciate it. But, whoops. Okay, I need to... Maybe do a bit of a hop first. Okay. High jump off that. Okay. Oops. Yeah, I'm momentarily saying it didn't used to show uptime by default, even on the PC interface. That's, I think, a comparatively recent addition to Twitch's interface. Okay, I need to actually get that jump there. I keep forgetting to anticipate when these skip squeaks are in fact going to jump up and give me space, which is kind of an important thing to know. Whoops. Let's move down from there. Whoops. And up we go. Back and forth. Love the element reuse there. I mean, having certain elements or enemies serve multiple purposes over a series of jumps is, I think, always one of those things that's really nice to experience as a maker. Very easy way to impress somebody who plays too much in maker mode. I love how smooth you can get through that as the bullet. You do need to take advantage of the invincibility frames to go through, though, and I just reacted to that a little bit slowly. So yeah, if you just hold jump into the bullet head segment, everything just takes care of itself, which is nice because it definitely took me a moment to register that I had, in fact, transformed into a bullet hat wearing Toadette. You just started using Twitch beginning of this year. You know, momentarily saying that's actually really interesting because you're a StarCraft person, and StarCraft was literally where Twitch began. In that, so Twitch was originally Justin.tv, which was part of a whole splintered network of services that people were just trying to watch StarCraft on back around 2011, I want to say. And so, of course, a lot of the StarCraft streamers and broadcasters, commentators, etc., were the first ones to really have the clout and presence to get paid subscriptions on Twitch at all, and also a couple of people who used to do StarCraft tournaments just wound up in management as well on Twitch's side. Yeah, I don't know if MLG is still a thing, actually, but because so many things have rebranded, but MLG, of course, was the big sort of Western tournament brand back in the late 2000s, early 2010s, and yeah, that's what's like DJ Wheat, who's one of the Twitch execs, who's also always in that video urging people to create channel trailers. If you folks who stream know what I mean. He was basically an MLG guy who was kind of pinch hitting for some StarCraft commentary for a while. No, ESL is the big Western brand these days. European Star League, I believe. I always mostly watched the Korean events, though, because I actually was able to catch events in Korean time. You used to play Left 4 Dead MLG? Okay, interesting. Didn't know that. Whoops. Let's get a long jump here to get on top of the Skip Squeak by the 50 coin. I just totally misreading that because I'm too busy talking about StarCraft. No, we do want to drop on top of this guy here. I think. I'm not actually clear on that just yet. Okay, no, all the way to the right. And then I bounce up and then towards the P switches that are on the P blocks rather that are by the yellow pipes on the right. Yeah, I need to do that a little bit faster, but then that will get me up the clear pipe if I just clean up that corner ever so slightly. And yeah, momentarily saying, I definitely heard that from a lot of people who are, you know, more active on the campaign or co-op side of things. I've generally found very few games fun to watch in a general sense. Like, there are only a small selection that I've enjoyed as a streaming experience myself as well. StarCraft being one of them, but I'm one of those people who was never really able to watch a lot of competitive play in other games that I play very seriously. You know, I don't really watch any of the turn-based strategy streamers or... Oh, I see. It's a double hop there because you want to suspend yourself over the first Skip Squeak until the second one in the middle has time to rise. I played against 2 Grandmasters the other day. Wow. I guess if you're just doing the initial pairing into the 7th ladder. Unless the player population at the casual level has really declined. Whoops. There's also a cheeky wall jump on the left. Yeah, because that would allow you to maintain your position in the air a little bit longer until the middle Skip Squeak gets a chance to rise. That's one thing I had not really considered. Like that. There we go. Down we go. And snowball off this guy. And that just turns the ant around. Okay, that works for me. Okay. Can we do the wall jump up top? Yes, we can. Nope, didn't quite manage to make it over, but that's okay. Top of the flagpole. It was through another Twitch streamer who's friends with 2 Grandmasters, I see. Yeah, definitely I think one of the reasons why it's very difficult for something like StarCraft 2 to even get made anymore is because the market conditions have just kind of turned towards favoring things that are either very exclusively multiplayer or exclusively single player instead of trying to cater to all parts of the audience. And so I think, you know, these days something like StarCraft 2 would be very difficult to produce. Something that is going to have a robust campaign and a robust multiplayer mode, which is once again why I have a lot of confidence in what Frost Giant is doing, because they do have people there that are both from the multiplayer and the campaign side of the team at a very serious level. So anyway, thank you for dousing us in yellow snow, I guess, Electro Dude. We will mark that as a win. That is going to clear the queue, but instead of reopening, we're going to go back to Mang's level and try hard mode, I think. Oh, unless... oh, wait, no, we need to do one thing. Which is earlier. Silver Killer, if you are still here, you asked me how to add a level. If you want to add something, do just pop me the code. Because you didn't know how to use the add command before I closed. So, Silver Killer, if you are still here, let me know if you have a code. Otherwise, we will go back to Mang's level to try to get that warp block at the very end. And actually, momentarily saying, I found that, I mean, I was always kind of hanging around the Platinum League in solo. And I kind of worked my way up from silver or gold or so in early Wings of Liberty. And I haven't really practiced since, like I've just been hanging around platinum ever since. But I've found that just to develop the fundamentals was much less intimidating than it used to be in a lot of the older RTS games. Because you can actually get by surprisingly well without having to spend too much time studying build orders or anything like that. You can just have good fundamentals in terms of knowing how to build bases and move units, and it will get you surprisingly far. Let's get back to Mengs. And let's just see the true ending. So yeah, sometimes when I reopen this late in the stream, I end up trapping myself here for another 2 hours, so I'd rather just go back to this one and see if we can actually cash in on all of these pink coins. We'll just be aware of that when we try to get over to Flagpole at the very end. You would think, having beaten this once already, that I would have an easier time with it, but yeah, I mean, GM is a whole other ballgame. GM is like top 2% of all players, or something like that, and you know, where I am over in Platinum, that's sort of usually top, say, 40%. And it's actually gotten harder with time because a lot of the really, really casual Bronze League base dropped out after Wings of Liberty. And whoops. Oh, I can carry a P-switch with me. That's interesting. Not that that is ever useful unless you want to do some kind of item abuse for speed purposes later on, I guess. Okay, there we go. Majority of people stuck around gold or so, yeah. I mean, gold is kind of right around 50%, so even if you just do reasonably in your placement matches and don't play past your placement matches for the season, you're going to see a ton of gold portraits everywhere, for sure. Just from people going 2 and 3 or 3 and 2. Especially if you're doing... I don't know what difficulty you prefer in co-op, momentarily sane. I do brutal just fine, but not for mutations. For mutations, I tend to dial it down hard. But at that level, I find that, you know, people who are kind of Gold League or High Silver can actually get by pretty decently. And yeah, see you around that, cat. And yeah, it's very true that, you know, hard you just deathball everything, put it all on 1A and just attack move it everywhere and everything's fine. I find though that it is sometimes almost too trivialized though, that I don't get to play with as many toys. But yeah, I mean, if you have the mechanics to do that, you can probably rank in gold without too much trouble. The main difference being that, of course, there's a lot more expansion pressure in playing on the ladder. In that, you can't just sit on 2 bases indefinitely like you can in Go-Op. Or in most of the campaign, actually. I think that's one thing that RTS campaigns have traditionally not been very good at teaching, is how to deal with resource pressure. Since they're usually very generous about starting locations. And yeah, that's true. I mean, you know, you don't want to bear with people who are just going to be terrible co-op partners and brutal. And I mean, I haven't had too many of those experiences, so I find that generally, like, you get into issues with people's competence once you get into mutations, but on normal brutal, I don't think I've ever had any issues. But it's also been a long time since I've played, though, so I don't really know if the co-op player base has changed very much. I don't imagine it has, though. co-op mode really was a stroke of genius, though. I'm glad they have it, even though it just took them so long to really capitalize on that. We'd be looking at a very different RTS landscape, I think, if the co-op mode we eventually got was present way back in Wings of Liberty in the first place. And yeah, when I actually get my act together with my mouse and find time to play again, we'll see if we can get something together for Brutal Plus 2. I haven't really played much since Brutal Plus came in, you see, so I haven't worked with too many of the modifiers. I find that with mutations, the issue with random mutations is that there are some that I really can't handle. Like, I've just never been in a situation where polarity is even doable, because polarity is something that you'll just never do with your random co-op partner, right? So anyway, I'm sure for those of you in chat who do not play StarCraft that this is totally incomprehensible, but oh, I don't know why I long jumped there. Probably just to check what's going on with the ceiling. But yeah, definitely the issue with some mutations is that some of them are just significantly harder than others. And I know that they do a little bit of a weighting system when it comes to assigning a different grade to how much they add to the Brutal Plus difficulty. And that still doesn't really account for it, I think, in terms of how some of them will just absolutely wreck you. And some of them, you know, also in a random setting create all kinds of weird combinations. I need to just do a normal jump there. I'm trying to remember what progenitor is. You'll have to remind me of that. Okay, let's try to do this once again. And just clean this up a bit. Oh, yes, that's right. That's right. Yeah, that one's a big problem. I think it's the Boombot one that's also a big problem, depending on how you're doing. Also the ones that just generally have a big disparity between commanders with tons of units and commanders with very few units, like the ones that just interact very differently depending on whether you are building large armies. Like, those ones just tend to have tons of variance in terms of whether they are even competent against certain mutators. Okay, so that's going to be the end, and then what's going to happen is I'm probably going to ground pound before the flag and then just jump over the flag. I think that's going to be the idea. Now, I don't know how much the 100-second time limit is going to matter, because I don't know if there's going to be a hard mode checkpoint. I would imagine there is. But we'll have to see. Anyway. I really dislike that they stopped Dahaka from being able to eat any hero besides Dahaka. Okay. I don't remember when they patched that, but... Oh, yeah, no, I remember when they patched that. Because that was... pretty exploitable early on. Because I definitely remember using that against the... What was it? Term escapes me, but the hybrids. That's what it is. But yeah. Okay. That's how you know it's been too long since I last played. Okay. Propellers once you come out. Okay. Let's get in here. 66 seconds through the pipe. Let's see if there is a checkpoint. Yes, there is. Okay, so you go forward and then you have to pull back once you're on the P blocks. That's how it's going to go. Oh, I see. Because the first time we came in here, the P switches were still active. That's why you have to do a very sudden pullback. Very stylish. And so yeah, you're going to do a series of jumps there, but maintain forward momentum, and then you're going to have a pullback once again for the on-off switch. This feels really cool if you do it and kind of get your hands on how this looks and feels in the controller. Doing this slide is kind of amazing. Okay, we need to drop down to the dash panel, of course. Yeah. Alright, let's push through this thing here. We could be doing a little bit better. But, oops, pull back. No, we want to push all the way forward here. It's going to be a bit of a loop where we go over and then back to the left and then up to the wall and then up to the top level. Okay, need a little bit of a better jump out of that set of P-switches so we can get up to the wall. What if I jumped or hit my head on the ceiling? Which location are you talking about? I don't... See, oh, no, when you jump, you actually just maintain your momentum. In the on-off block location. No, because you're going to maintain your forward momentum and you'll hit the spikes. You do need to do the slide, for sure. No, that's going to be a shorter series of jumps, I think. But of course, you slide over the P-switches as you land, so... Not going to be a P-jump or anything. You just sail right over everything. And up we go. No. Not how you do it. I just need to do a pretty quick series of jumps, unless it's... Yeah, normal jump and then long jump, I think is what's going on. I think the forward arrow is strongly implying long jump, but... Yeah, because that would give me the right kind of height to be landing on the right location. Let's not jump out of the P too late. Okay, forward we go. And yeah, just gonna pull back every time and punch each of these out. But yeah, it was really too bad, momentarily saying that they didn't manage to continue with the business model they had for the Nova campaign. But again, that's just a changing face of how Blizzard was valuing return on investment. You know, in terms of where they were putting their artistic resources. And okay, back we go. You found out your expansion rate, mineral income, etc. Well, the thing is about APM is that it doesn't matter too much until you get to the point when you are winning battles primarily by micro, where, you know, if you're playing against equally skilled players who are building their compositions at an even pace, and you need additional unit positioning to actually score an advantage against somebody whose army strength is going to be about equivalent, or whose unit composition you really need to exploit. Like, until you get to that level, the APM doesn't matter. It matters a lot once you get to that level, because, you know, at that point, you're not winning battles without good micro. But yeah, I've only ever played the Nova campaign once. I played it once on hard, and I've not done mastery achievements for it yet. And I enjoyed it a lot. I thought it was a really substantial experience for something that was only 9 missions. And I think one of the reasons why it's easy to forget how well done it was is because if you played it on its original release, you had a pretty big gap between each set of 3, and so you wouldn't get to see what a big chunky campaign it actually is when you do it end to end. In some ways I liked it a lot more than the Legacy of the Void campaign, which I found leaned a little bit too heavily into established ideas like basically the defend the monolith kind of map. It was just maybe a little too much of that, and not enough of the really ambitious mechanical inventions that you see in the earlier campaigns. The other thing, too, is that they did visibly scale back the ambition of the campaigns after Wings of Liberty in terms of things like mission count. And a lot of that is because they found their completion statistics way too low. That's they kind of looked at the completion statistics and thought, okay, we should do long jump here. We really should. They looked at the completion statistics for Wings of Liberty and just found that, okay, people aren't finishing, let's just make things shorter. Which I found was unfortunate, because the reason for having StarCraft 2's business model to begin with, that's definitely a long jump. In terms of splitting up all 3 campaigns, was initially that they wanted each campaign to feel like a really packed full-size game, right? They just wanted the whole thing to be triple the size. And the mission count we got in the end was good, but I definitely felt like Heart of the Swarm left a lot of undeveloped ideas on the table, and in terms of having enough missions to really make use of the full range of mechanics you get in it. And it's really noticeable in Legacy of the Void as well, especially with some of the redundancy in, you know, the defend the monolith kind of concept. Or defend the point, or defend the whatever. It drives you nuts that you're a TOS player and you can't beat that campaign on Brutal to save your life. Hey, Pitch Shifter. Hey, yeah, Pitch Shifter, we're winding down, but if I have time after this level, we'll try to get your level in, since you were trying to catch me for the past 2 weeks, I think, with something. And if we don't manage to have time for that, I will, of course, be back tomorrow. And yeah, the queue has been closed for a while, actually. But yeah, Pitch Shifter, the queue isn't open right now, but if I'm finished with this soon, I will just take the queue manually and plug that in, so. And yeah, momentarily saying that's always been the issue in RTS, is as I said before, just that the multiplayer people generally just kind of ignore campaign, and the campaign people just ignore multiplayer. And so I think they had the right idea with StarCraft 2 in terms of building the campaign and co-op in such a way where they just do not care about balance and they just throw in as many fun mechanics as they want. I think that was definitely the right approach, even if there was a total mismatch between what you would see in campaign and what you would see in multiplayer in terms of the units and map mechanics and such that you're working with. The rest is pretty long, okay. Yeah, no worries, Pitch Shifter. Definitely looking forward to it. I know you've been trying to catch me with something new for quite some time now, and we'll definitely try to work that in somehow. Okay, actually doing the long jump for once, that's important, except I need a little bit more of a run on the P-switches before we do that. Yeah, I mean, the whole point of campaign is to feel a little bit broken, though, right? And it's very true, by the way, that's... I mean, I have not finished Legacy on Brutal. And Brutal in Legacy was visibly a huge bump up from the older campaigns, I think. It was very noticeable even in the early missions. I dropped down to hard pretty early. Whereas Heart of the Swarm on Brutal is just not bad at all, simply because you can just out-macro everything once you get out of the early missions. And there we go. Yeah, it would have been nice to get into streaming when I was still playing StarCraft actively, and if I had set up in such a way where I was able to stream the game. I'm not likely to do so from my current computer, just because I think it'll be a little bit too taxing. But I should run a technical test, though, to see if that's actually true. But I think that StarCraft 2 already kind of pushes this machine a bit, despite being a fairly old game. But, you know, when I run it on decent settings. That's going to be... I don't think that's a long jump after all, unless we do it right from the tip such that I catch the platform right from the edge. No. Yeah, about 5 levels into Brutal Legacy. Yeah, that's about where a lot of people stop, I think. And okay, here we go. But yeah, StarCraft was a pretty big part of my life for a little while, despite being a fairly casual player down in Platinum. I did used to go to some of the early pub gatherings to watch StarCraft tournaments, Barcraft events back when they were close to their inception, and that was when a lot of people were kind of getting into streaming for the first time too, as individual streamers. And so I did know a couple of people in the circles I was around that did start doing live commentating in certain events. Whoops. But yeah, I'm fairly satisfied to be closing the book on Blizzard at this point. I think we've very clearly parted ways as a studio and player. Sometimes you just have to accept that. I mean, I hope it's something that never has to happen with Nintendo, for instance, because Nintendo has just been such a fixture in my life. But it is a reminder that it does happen. I mean, you know, I was playing Blizzard games for so long. Have so many highly specific memories with family and friends kind of attached to your old portfolio, and it's definitely is something that's, you know, a period of your life. Yeah, everybody has had their own exit points. Like some people, you know, like everybody has their own burnout story, I think, when it comes to a long-running company that has transformed a lot, like Blizzard. I mean, there were a lot of people who were just kind of off the boat already back in the early 2010s with StarCraft 2 and Diablo 3. And I'm looking at that and thinking, you know, if you're not playing StarCraft 2, you're missing literally the best stuff that Blizzard has come up with. But understandably, depending on what part of the scene you were from, there were a lot of players who did not see it that way. Especially because there were some legitimate problems with how, for instance, the way they were handling the editor kind of destroyed the old custom scene. And I think people from the custom scene in Warcraft 3 had very high hopes for that coming back, and it just didn't materialize for a lot of reasons that were the wrong kinds of reasons, I guess. I mean, I was so active in Warcraft Tower Defense that I was really looking forward to StarCraft Customs being the new scene as well, and it was very evident, even from beta, that it was not going to do the job. And there are a lot of reasons for that, but that's a whole speech in itself. Okay, missed that one. It's going to be a high jump out of that. Yeah, but it's also because a lot of the editor's interface... I mean, it was an extremely powerful editor, but it was a lot that you had to do by yourself that was not available out of the box. In a way that, if you're looking at Warcraft 3, right? Just because of the nature of the base game of Warcraft 3, hero levels are already there, hero skills are already there, inventories are already there, like shops are implemented. A lot of stuff is just there in the engine, and you just need to tweak it. I think it was a huge frustration for people that when they saw the StarCraft Galaxy editor for the first time, that, yeah, technically you can do all of that stuff, but you have to write a ton of it from scratch, or share code with somebody who has written it from scratch. While at the same time, they were making it extremely difficult for people to actually share code. Share code, rather, in the same way as how Nintendo restricted editor access in Maker 2, where you can no longer see how people are doing their tricks firsthand. Because the trade-off there is, you know, on one hand, you don't want people to just be copying each other, but on the other hand, you really do restrict the flow of knowledge when it comes to people learning the craft and learning advanced tricks as a community. Like, it's always that trade-off between plagiarism and open access to knowing how to use a powerful editor to its full potential. And I think that's often a very difficult call to make. But that it's sort of in the nature of a mod scene where, you know, none of us own this intellectual property anyway, like in the case of Mario Makers. Technically all Nintendo's IP. And it's all going to be their IP anyway. Like, we already have a problem with stealing people's concepts and levels, even without editor access, right? And actually Mang, who made this level, knows that firsthand, because there are a lot of people who copy Mang's ideas, and there have even been circumstances where, you know, Mang had a level deleted by Nintendo, but some of the people who copied the concept did not. Right? Like, that problem is going to exist anyway, so we might as well have editor access to see what's going on. But yeah, I mean, I find in general that I still have this kind of instinctive hostility to Dota and its very many derivatives like League of Legends and so on. Like there's, I think, a lot of justifiable bad blood between old school RTS and that paradigm. For a whole number of reasons, you know, I mean, totally apart from the fact that I just never enjoyed Dota, despite giving it many chances since it was just a new thing on the Warcraft mod scene. Totally apart from that, you know, there was a way that it just completely took over the custom scene and had this very toxic culture attached to it where it was impossible to get into the game and learn it because people would just bully you out of it if you weren't already experienced, right? And it's definitely a social dynamic that's kind of inherent to that style of co-op play, I think. But and then, of course, League of Legends comes about, and League of Legends pretty much eats StarCraft's lunch in terms of the explosion of esports in the West. And I think a lot of people who were kind of active on the competitive side in early StarCraft 2, well, some of them switched over, but the ones who didn't switch over didn't switch over for a reason, right? And to this day, I think there's a little bit of animosity with people on the League of Legends side. Nintendo just needs to make tons of skins for everything to get that sweet, sweet skins money. I'm glad they don't. It's funny because I don't know how familiar you are with Xenoblade, and specifically Xenoblade 2, but Xenoblade 2 basically has loot box mechanics without charging for any of the loot boxes. You just do random rolls. And literally any other publisher would have charged up the nose for that. Like, would have just taken the exact same mechanics and just put a price tag on rolling for gems or whatever. And I think Nintendo deserves a ton of respect for not doing that. That even if you're going to do random roll gambling mechanics that lock tons of story content behind them, character story content, I guess, a lot of side quests and so on, that they're perfectly content to just let you have your 150-hour game complete out of the box. And yeah, the system is pretty garbage. I have to agree that I think Xenoblade 2 would have been a better game if you had just not depended on random rolls to get the blades, but think of how much worse it could have been, though, right? It's one of those things where, on one hand, the blade system, in terms of acquiring them, isn't very good. But on the other hand, it's kind of a show of strength in a way from Nintendo in terms of acting as a reminder of what they're conspicuously not doing as a studio. Of course, I know that Nintendo also just sort of exploits that kind of thing, that exact kind of thing, with the mobile side, with things like Fire Emblem Heroes and so on. But that's why I don't play Fire Emblem Heroes, right? That's why I just really appreciate that none of that stuff leaked over to regular mainline Fire Emblem, and that despite significant investor pressure, Nintendo was very clear about not letting mobile style design infect how they run things on a console side. And like, the fact that we got Three Houses in the state that we did was, I think, extremely encouraging. And that you can have a game that's released after Fire Emblem Heroes in that brand, and it's not going to fall into a lot of the same temptations or chase after the same audience. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, the Xenoblade 2 blade system had this issue where they just farmed out a lot of the blade designs to a lot of different art designers, and some of them really pulled their weight, and some of them really didn't. Like, I mean, one thing that I think people don't necessarily recognize is that a lot of the stuff in Xenoblade 2 that are the designs that are, I guess, a little more off-putting, actually do come from women illustrators. So it's, I mean, I don't know how much of a big factor that is when it comes to dealing with this kind of thing in terms of women's representation in character art, but the issue was more that it didn't really have a clear kind of design identity, because Xenoblade 2's character designs were very much just a free-for-all, where you had a lot of people come in with their individual styles, and some of those individual styles just did not fit very well. I do love the game, though. I had a great time with Xenoblade 2. Despite the blade system, and despite how much time I just spent rolling cores for no particular reason other than to get through the stash. But yeah, I don't know, for those of you who've played Xenoblade 2, if you've also played the Torna expansion. The Torna expansion is really interesting in that it's something that sheds a lot of those random mechanics, and is structurally much more self-contained in the same way that a classic JRPG would be, and it's also a really well-paced experience in that even though there's just a really one main continent to play with, it's a JRPG that's kind of in the 20 to 30 hour zone. And made me mostly miss when Japanese RPGs had the self-control to be 20 or 30 hours long. In the same way that, you know, Chrono Trigger, for instance, is something that fits very neatly within 20-some hours. And people don't remember that because Chrono Trigger feels like such a huge experience. But it's actually a very efficiently paced game in a way that doesn't exist anymore in the genre, because everybody just wants 150 hours. Whoops, sorry. Actually, Electrodude, I find, in terms of robot maids, that I actually enjoyed Poppy quite a lot as a character. But that's partly because the whole kind of dynamic between Poppy and Tora was their way of making fun of their own fan base, right? Like, they were very clearly a satire of a certain kind of JRPG player. And I found that the game in general had a pretty good sense of humor about that. So I wasn't terribly put off by any of that. Yeah, I'm momentarily saying, do find time to catch up on Chrono Trigger eventually. I find that I haven't played it in quite some time myself. I think the last time I played it was the DS port, which was a very good port. But I remember thinking at a time that it has aged magnificently. It is so far ahead of what a lot of RPGs are still doing now. And it is just wonderfully paced. It's one of those games that's just exactly as long as it needs to be. Whoops. I've been basically playing this on autopilot for the last little while. That's okay, it's a lot of fun. I know what I need to fix. I'm too busy talking about RTS at the same time, which, yeah, we really need to shape up on the long jumps over the P's here. Oops. That's okay. You're actually allowed to make some mistakes here because everything is timed around P-switch activation, and the P-switches are pretty much always going to remain alive just by the nature of this level. Momentarily saying that, and I would say Mario Maker 3 will be on the next big Nintendo platform. I really would not expect it on a Switch. I think this is all we're getting. And that's fine. I think that as much as we would want new tools, we do want a kind of concentrated community in the long term. I don't think that releasing Mario Maker 3 on the same platform would really solve the natural course of attrition that already exists in the Maker community as it is. I mean, you know, pretty much almost everybody who's on this stream, of course, is somebody who's been committed to this game long term, if not as a maker, then certainly as a player, or vice versa. Yeah, Electrodude, as far as Splatoon 3 goes, I think that Splatoon is, despite the way it's going to split the base and basically kill Splatoon 2, it does make sense for it to come out on the same platform in that case, simply because you could kind of tell that Splatoon 2 was something that they were sort of urgently getting out the door to have the Splatoon experience on Switch for new players come in, and so I think the time is ripe for a big experimental step up, especially, you know, given how good Octo Expansion was, that when they actually take the time to really dig into what Splatoon is capable of doing, I think it's possible for the next game to feel like a pretty major generational leap in terms of design. Yeah, momentarily saying this is kind of an interesting year in that it's one of the only times I can remember where Nintendo is going last, because they're usually the pre-E3 show, back when E3 was still going on as a physical conference. And it was mostly Nintendo's show that I tended to pay attention to anyway. Like, it's always mainly been a Nintendo event for me. But yeah, their showing is going to be on Tuesday. Like I said, I am hoping to run a post-E3 stream for Tuesday to Wednesday. How exactly it'll go, I don't really know yet, but we'll have some kind of opportunity to talk about Nintendo. Whoops. But, here we go. No, we really need to do a controlled jump there, not a long jump. I've been running into that many, many times. Yeah, Silver Killer, I don't know if I'll have time for that today. We'll see how quickly I beat this, and then we'll see if we have time left over to look at it. But thanks for submitting that. And I am back in the same time slot tomorrow, like I said. If you don't manage to get that in today. And yeah, definitely I think there's been a really interesting effect where, not just because they remained in the hardware business, but for a number of other reasons, Nintendo's properties have retained their legacy a lot better than Sega's have, in terms of remaining relevant in the long term. And a lot of it is because of stuff like Smash, of course, keeping some of the lesser-known properties visible in the public eye. But you can definitely see this kind of divergence where, I mean, obviously people who kind of grew up in the Nintendo versus Sega era, if they only had one system, they would often have a very clear partisan preference just by what they had. But there's this interesting divergence that happens by the early 2000s, which, you know, Sega kind of leaves hardware behind with the Dreamcast. That's around, what, 2000 or so? 2000 to 2001? And at the same time, that's around when Smash Melee is coming out in 2001, rather. Not long after the Dreamcast just kind of pulls out. And it's around that time, I've always thought that it was around the time that Smash Melee came out when you actually did have the emergence of a sense of a Nintendo subculture that wasn't so much the case in the earlier systems. So for example, you'd have a lot of people who grew up in Nintendo who, say, mostly played Final Fantasy or Street Fighter, and they would be very happy to just leave for the PlayStation. You had a lot of people on the N64 who were mostly there for Rare's games or for GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, and yeah, basically Rare's output. And they would be very happy to just leave immediately for Xbox, right? And they would just splinter off because they were just there for specific kinds of experiences that Nintendo was no longer catering to. But then sometime around the GameCube and the DS era, and I think Smash Melee is a big factor here, you do have the emergence of Nintendo players are really digging into the rest of Nintendo's catalog and kind of forming a common language, or at least a kind of common subcultural history, right? But anyway, let's go back here. Nope. Keep running into that wall. We're getting closer, though. Just need to get to that point a little more consistently without blowing some of the long jump and regular jump confusion that we had early on. Long jump, long jump. Okay. Yeah, still having a little bit of trouble with some of these slides. Yeah, the thing that surprises me, I say this about Mario Maker a lot, but the thing that surprises me often is just how much of the Mario Maker as well as the Kaizo Mario ROM hack scene, like, a lot of the players are actually fairly young. And that you have a lot of people who are into 2D platformers these days who would not have grown up with the NES and Super Nintendo at all, including a lot of makers who come here. A lot of the most serious Kaizo players are people who just caught on to Super Mario World ROM hacking in their teens and 20s. A lot of the really technically accomplished players. And it's that generation that I've always found really interesting because they would have sort of come up around a time when 2D platformers were mostly taken for dead. You know, they're not there for the nostalgia value so much, but because Mario is just inherently fun and has remained that way. But yeah, I'm generally very detached from what mass audiences do when it comes to a lot of the video game industry. Like, I probably know people who play tons of Fortnite or play tons of mobile or GTA 5 or whatever, but if I do know those people, we never talk about it, and it never comes up in conversation, so I don't know much about it. I don't even know that many people who talk about being PlayStation owners, for instance, and PlayStation is a huge system, it's a huge platform. It's a big part of the video game industry, and I have just about no social connection to it outside of some Twitch streamers who play on all platforms. But in terms of real-life connections, when it comes to people who play games. I think most of the people I know are pretty PC-centric. A lot of people who will play Paradox Grand Strategy or other things like that, but... And, yeah, definitely in the Nintendo bubble as well, but not even people I meet through video games, right? Like, people I meet through things outside of video games, I think they tend towards people who either play on PC or on Nintendo. I mean, I can barely think of people who are like, really deep into PlayStation that I know in real life, and statistically there must be some, right? Like, it's such a popular platform. Same with, say, people who play GTA 5, which is one of the best-selling games of all time, and which has been a major cultural fixture, technically, for the past, what is it, 8 years? I wouldn't know, because the day that GTA 5 came out, I bought the wonderful 101. Anything up here? On-off switch is pressed. I can definitely just hang around up here and see if anything's going on. I mean, we can always wrap around and grab more coins, but no, let's just take this. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Fantastic level from Meg. Silver Killer, since you're still here, let's take a look at yours quickly. I was going to close on that, but maybe we have time for something short. If it's something really tight or difficult, though, I am unlikely to grind away from it for very long. But if it's just something quick, you know, you've been waiting all day, and you were here before I closed the queue, actually. You just didn't have the code, so... So, yeah, thank you, Mang, for that level. For the cats, GGs, etc. Did you now how? Did I now how? I don't know. But we'll see about this thing that Lemon Melon completed in 16 seconds. Reached the goal while riding Yoshi. He's down there. We just probably drop one Yoshi and then capture another Yoshi with an egg? No, can't be. Yeah, no, we can totally get up there. Except one-way panel. No, I think we actually do need to capture an egg. And probably spit it. Let's... that. Can I? There we go. There we go. Wait, how did it pop up on this side? That's unfortunate. Okay, let's push. World record is short, so I'm probably doing something that's not the actual answer. Oh, I see. I hit the one-way panel. Okay, let's... I'm just going to mess around with this anyway, because I want to see if it's good to go. The answer is probably just a flutter jump or a duck jump or something, but no. I'm going to push and grab an egg. No. Of course, tongue does not go through walls in this style, so we'll need to keep this in mind. Whoops. Push. 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 I think I can definitely get this. But I need to probably shoot the egg a little further away. No hidden blocks? No, I'm not looking for hidden blocks. I didn't think there were. Whoops. I'm just playing around with this because I want to see if I can do it. Okay, dump them. Come on. Yeah, no, I'm shooting a little bit too high. And I'm at 2 Yoshi limit now, so that's gonna pop. Yeah, that's okay. It's doable. It's doable. We just need to not have too many Yoshis live when we do so. Oh, whoops. Okay, let's wrap around a bit more again. And try it. I mean, I can just go forward, of course, but no, the flag's right there. This is clearly the answer. There we go. No. Don't pop out that soon. I'll need to dump a Yoshi immediately before the egg hatches. I think that's how we'll do it. Going to run out of time here soon. No, let's cycle through one after another and just cause a mass extinction. There we go. See? No problem. Many Yoshis were harmed in the making of this method. I don't know if that's the intended method, but no, I'm pretty sure that's the puzzle. That's the whole puzzle, really. Whoops. Missing the flag, okay. But yeah, nice concept. I mean, you know, the actual decoration around it is fairly bare bones, but I think that as a core concept for, you know, showing off a fairly simple puzzle interaction, it's satisfying to just run through. And not just because we're beating the Yoshi murder factory. I mean, just dropping them into the abyss is sort of a waste of Yoshi meat. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. That is going to be it for this stream. And thank you especially for all of the submissions from our viewers today. I will shortly be sending you off to somebody else, likely somebody who's doing Mario Maker, but we will be back in the same time slot for more viewer levels tomorrow, and also hopefully I'll be running some kind of post-Nintendo Direct stream on the Tuesday to Wednesday slot, I think. I'm aiming to do it. I don't know yet if I will be able to, but that's the plan. So we'll look for somebody very quickly, but in the meantime, do have a good night, or a good morning, or whatever it is in your part of time and space. And yeah, take care of yourselves. Have a great day, and at the end of all things, fare thee well.